this evening, and Witzy's wanting to get their first win on the board. There's good cross-Yexkay Derby passion in this game, so it should be a really, really good game of hockey. Bit of a messy start. Witzy's managed to get the ball into the Northerns half and starting to see if they can control the ball and move it around a little, see if they can manufacture a goal scoring opportunity, which they do very early on, and win a long corner. So some good swift play. Indoor hockey is a really, really quick game. So as you'll see through the game, it's going to go quite quickly end to end, and it moves at pace. Another goal scoring opportunity for Witzy's, saved by the keeper, and earns Northerns the free hit out. Special good morning to our Gauteng-based listeners or viewers this morning. Obviously the Johannesburg guys supporting Southerns, and the Northerns parents who might be sitting at work watching their kids play hockey this morning. Just make sure your volume's turned down so that you don't get buzzed at work. For those of you working from home, have a cup of coffee, put your computer on, pretend you're working, and enjoy the hockey with us this morning. Free hit just outside the D conceded by Northerns, creates another goal scoring opportunity onto the foot of the Northerns player, and we have our first short corner of that game. Great opportunity for Southerns to get the early advantage in this game, a minute and a half in. Southerns have been a bit shy in front of goals to this tournament, so wanting to see if they can manufacture an opportunity here to get on the scoreboard early. Goes to the top D, great save by the keeper and great defense by the rest of the defensive team. Southerns still have an opportunity, and Northerns managed to control the danger. Let's see if they can control the ball a bit, build it up, get the ball to a couple of the key role players so that they can start moving it around and controlling the ball a little. They haven't had much of the ball so far in the first 2 minutes of the game. Not quite finding each other early on in the game, but that will develop as it goes on. This Beaulieu hockey facility is an awesome facility, but it's just a matter of probably just getting used to the surface again, rubbing the sleep out of their eyes. It's a very early start for these guys. They've played 2 games of hockey already, and it's a matter of just getting themselves into the rhythm for another 40 minutes of hockey. Southerns high pressing and turning the ball over, and again trying to disrupt the Northerns' composure early in the game with a high press, not giving their defenders time to work the ball around, resulting in another long corner to Southerns to try build up a bit more pressure. You can hear their coach Riza in the background screaming instructions at the Southerns players, trying to get them to play the structure that he wants them to play. Riza himself is a very established indoor player, so obviously trying to get his team to play attacking, direct hockey. Southerns again pressing high and putting the Northerns defense under pressure, not giving them an easy out, and resulting in the ball going out over the boards, but obviously just out, so it's a Northerns ball, and they manage to hold on and moving the ball around. For those of you in Gauteng who have not experienced indoor hockey before, not played indoor hockey before, try to get down to Beaulieu College or Cliffview Primary School, where these tournaments are taking place this weekend. It's really incredible to see the actual pace of the ball and the pace of movement of the players over the surface. You'll notice squads of 12 players on each side as they move around really, really quickly in order to just keep their legs. They'll probably rotate every 3 or 4 minutes to make sure that the players are fresh and ready to go as Southern set up for their second short corner of the day. Different injection this time, going back for the deflection at the near post, deflected into one of the defenders' feet, giving them another opportunity at a short corner. If you're a betting person, I'd guess the same injection, but a straight shot this time. which is exactly what occurred. 1-0 to the commentator. Northern's just struggling to hold on to the ball in the early phases of this game. Southern's just seem a little more composed, a little more switched on right now. But again, that will change as we go through. Northern's been pressed really high again by Southern's, not given time on the ball. But as Steve Powell nearly beat the press there, and if he had done that, that would have put them in a great position to counter-attack quite quickly. The risk of a high press is if you beat the press, obviously you have a really good counter-attack opportunity at pace. But when the press works, you see Southern's getting lots of ball possession in the attacking half. Immediately followed up by that high turnover and the risk of a high press, which is a shot on goal by Northerns, which has gone into the side netting. But yeah, good opportunity for fashioned by Northerns to get some time on the ball there. Breakdown tackle there by Southerns, and Northerns get the opportunity to get a free hit and build up some ball possession and some pressure. Southerns are doing their first rotation of subs, as it sort of looks like a full team change, a full 5 on, full 5 off, giving their bench some time to do some work. The first 5, starting 5, have done exceptionally well and done a lot of pressure. Let's see if the backup team do the same. Immediately knocked into a full press, now only doing a half-court press. So immediately change of tactics with the substitution that rolled there. The Southerns team have gone into a half-court press instead of a full-court press. So definitely a different tactic between the two rotations that Reeza is running. Sanele on the ball. Not sure the Northern defender was back the relative yardage, but the umpires are happy. So now they're going to start moving the ball around again. Turnover inside the Southerns D, and Kenny has conceded a short corner. So they're going to have to defend that short corner, but immediately a change of tactics as Southerns made that bulk substitution from the full court press, where they're pressing really high and putting pressure on the Northern's defense. They've gone into a half court press, and that has immediately resulted in a short corner for Northern's. Cameron Forestier, the number 9, is the favourite to be taking the shot on goal. In the warm-ups, he was fizzing them from here straight into the top corner, so they seem to be setting up for that again. Great save by the Southerns keeper, keeping them in the game nice and early, and again a second great save there on the follow-up. So great defence by the keeper, running first wave, keeping Southerns in the game. And again, all of a sudden, lots of pressure coming from Northerns. 3 very quick shots in succession. The Southerns keeper has to be on his game very quickly. First 3 big saves he's had to make. Looks like he took a knock to the midriff region, but he seems to be okay. His team seem to be buying him a little bit of time to recover, but he definitely has taken a knock. But as anyone who has played hockey will tell you, goalkeepers are a different breed and will play through it and take a tough pull and carry on. They do wear a lot of padding, but every now and then the ball does find a hole, and even in indoor where there's no direct hitting, you're allowed. Great ball in by Northerns, deflected straight in front of the keeper, straight into either the neck area or the helmet area of the Southerns keeper, who's actually made another great save there. Still holding, still trying to put tender there. Definitely still sore, but he's managed to make the backup save irrespective. It might be worthwhile the keeper asking for some time, because he does seem to be actually quite sore. With 2 minutes 30 left in the chucker, he might just need to just take some time out, get some ice or something just to help him out. But as I mentioned earlier, keepers are a different breed, and he seems to be just toughing it out and doing the job that he's there to do, which is stop the ball from going between those sticks. Northern's now the team that's pressing high. Northern's putting the Southern's defence under pressure, and again resulting in a turnover and a ball back across the top of the D, which, if there was a Northern's play there, would have resulted in a great goal scoring opportunity. But Northern's definitely getting themselves more into the game here, putting a bit more pressure on the Southern's defence in the last half of this first chukker. And Southern's obviously now looking just to try to get some composure back, get the ball back and work towards it. Ball straight through the top and rolling over the baseline, giving Northerns a 16-yard hit. Sorry, apologies. The goalkeepers seem to have different numbers on to what's on my team sheet in front of me, so I can't inform you as to who the keeper is. But as you can see there, he's still sucking for some air, trying to get some air back into his body. But he seems right. He ran first wave on the second one, fairly much betting this one's probably going to go to Steve Paulo, the man in the middle at the top of the D there, and I'm pretty sure the keeper's going to be running first wave again. Absolutely exactly what happened again. Steve gets another shot away and a great save again by the keeper. He's having a blinding quarter of hockey here. He's keeping his team in it, even though he is slightly injured. He's definitely still struggling, but he's playing a great game of hockey. Northerns again there. Unfortunately, the ball bobbled just a little. In indoor, the ball has to stay on the surface. And if it does bobble up, it's a free hit to the opposing team. Again, you can see the Northern's high press is very strong here, working quite hard on making sure that there's something going on. Nashawn Matris winning a free hit, taking it quickly, but the umpire's deeming that was not in the right spot. So they now resetting and going again. Umpire's forcing them to bring it all the way back into their own half to take that free hit. Northern's winning the turnover and a very entertaining first chukker. So when you have a look at that first chukker, the first half of that chukker, the first 5 minutes was definitely Southerns with a high press, putting Northern's under pressure. And in the second half of that chukker, when Southerns made their substitution and changed to a half-court press, Northern started getting the upper hand and going hard at Southerns, putting their Southerns defence under pressure and creating their own goal-scoring opportunities. Currently, the score is 0-0. Keeper definitely is slightly injured, but he seems to be getting a little bit of treatment now and looks like he's fine to continue, so no excuses. They go again, and we should have a really good second chuck here, but very evenly contested game so far. Definitely two different tactics between the bench rotations from the Southerns coaches, and it's a matter of seeing if that continues. We're back to the first starting five that started the game, and let's see how the Southerns players approach this, whether they go half-court press, which it does look like at the moment, and taking it from there, but definitely half-court press, conceding a short corner really early in the chukker, giving Northerns another opportunity. Northerns having a discussion as to what they're going to be doing. Stephen Paulo in the middle again. Whatever they're going to do, I would assume would go through him, whether it's a straight shot or back to near post. The keeper's done really well so far, so they might try a variation of sorts, maybe back to the near post to the pusher to see if he can manufacture a deflection back into the goal. It's exactly what they've done. Managed a deflection on the near post. 1-0 to Northerns. Great work. Great variation on that short corner, giving them the opportunity to have a finish. That looks really easy, but when you've got 5 defenders and a goalkeeper rushing out of you, getting those angles right, getting that movement right, and the ball place right, it looks a lot easier than it's a lot harder than what Northerns just made that look. They executed that exceptionally well. Southerns trying to get their composure that they had in the beginning of the game back. They're struggling to get control of the ball. They're struggling to get possession of the ball again. And as a result, Northerns are on the front foot and controlling the the process of the game a bit more. Southerns need to try to fight for that structure again, and as we saw in the first chucker, that happens fairly quickly. The ebbs and flows of this game are quick, and it happens very quickly. Southerns have conceded that short corner by playing the ball directly out. Steve coming with instructions from his coach on the bench, going what to do. The variation did work. I guess it's even money now, whether it's another straight shot from the Northern's number 8, or whether it's going to be another attempted variation. Looks like a variation. Yeah, it is attempted variation, and as you can see, doesn't always work like clockwork. Is a difficult skill to execute, and almost pulled off, but just deflected wide of the goal, so resulting in a 16-yard hit. But Northern's pressing high again, turning it over in the attacking half, and now putting pressure on the Southern's defense again, who are now deep in their own D, defending in an area where they don't want to be. What I mean by high press is when you've got the attacking players putting lots of pressure on the defenders, not giving them a free pass, not giving them time to breathe, not giving them time to get their heads up and look for a pass. That's the high press. Why doesn't it get done all the time? Because it takes a lot of energy, and doing that the entire game will take immense fitness and immense energy. So teams will rotate between a high press, a three-quarter press, a half-court press, and that basically just means where their defensive line sets up and where they put pressure on the opposition. Northern's coming through again, turning the ball over quite high and creating that opportunity, winning themselves a long corner, and now building up the ball and controlling the ball and building up the play again. Great defending there by Southern. You can see once your stick's flat on the ground, it's very hard to be beaten, and that's one of the skills of indoor. Is as an attacking player, how do you beat that flat stick, and as a defending player, how do you get in a position where you can create that block tackle and force the attackers to run into you, creating either a turnover or a clean tackle, and giving your team the opportunity to win possession. Southern's just making little errors here, and not winning the free hits, not winning ball possession, and they're under pressure since that goal. Haven't yet gone back to that high court press that they were running earlier, and that obviously is resulting in Northern's on the front foot at the moment at this phase of the game. The Witsies team is effectively the Southern Gauteng B team. The Southern Gauteng A team will be in action a bit later. Northern's have got this is their A team, and in hockey you get the A and the B teams that participate in the A section when the provinces are strong enough or have enough teams of strength to be able to do that. You've got to earn your right to play in the A section. It's not just an entry thing, it's based on the previous year's results, and Witsies and Western Province Pens earn those spots last year, so they maintained their spots or earned their spots last year, and that's why we've got the Southern Gauteng Witsies side here, and that's why we've got the Western Province Pens team here. Southern's creating their first opportunity of the chucker. There does seem to be just a few little argy-bargies, a few little shoulders here between the teams. Again, I mentioned earlier, this is a DStv Derby. There is a lot of passion going on here. 1-0 game, we're now into the meat of the game. The players are not giving an inch. They're standing up, they're going toe-to-toe, they're fighting for their province, and neither team wants to lose to the cross DStv rivals, so they're working exceptionally hard to try to get themselves back into the game. And yeah, definitely a little bit of tension building up, little bit of a bit of intensity, which is always good in a hockey game. Nothing wrong with a bit of intensity in a hockey game. Obviously it makes the umpires management a little tougher, and they need to make sure that they're on it. Northern's conceding a short corner, and now we're going from there. Cameron LaForestier is asking for more than a short corner, but I think he is pushing his luck. So we're now having a look at the next option, and I think it's going to be from the left-hand side, as Northerns are looking at the right-hand side of the goal box. As Southerns are looking at it, it's going to be a stop, and I would reckon a straight flick coming in from the Northerns number 9, Cameron LaForestier. He has a really strong flick. done exactly what I didn't say, which is go back for the variation to the post. It worked a bit earlier. They're obviously realizing that the Southern's keeper is really good at coming out and covering his angles, so they are working at working that angle. There is a head injury here, so immediately stop in the game as the medics are called on to deal with the injury to the Southern's number 5 player. We'll bring you some information as soon as we have that, but Leonardo Cabello seems to be down on the turf. Either his shoulder, it might be a shoulder. We're obviously just looking here from our vantage point, so we don't have a lot of detail right now, but he does seem to be okay. It does look like a shoulder stinger, or back of his neck maybe. But the medics are on site. We have really good medics on site, so they will take care of him and look after him. The Southern's management team are also there, just checking what's going on. And even we see the intensity between the two players as they want to restart with a bully. There's even a bit of banter between the two already. Well, Holotimo says so. The intensity of this game is definitely up. It does seem like Leandro is okay. The medics are working on him, a bit of ice, and I'm pretty sure we'll see him back in the game a little bit later as the teams are setting up. Northerns immediately take advantage of the disruption within the change. Obviously player change and staff change on the field with the injury. Northerns immediately take advantage of that to get a goal scoring opportunity and score that goal. So Northerns now are definitely starting to create a few problems for Southerns as they extend that to a 2-0 gap. But in indoor hockey, 2-0 is really not a big scoreline. It's a game where lots of goals are scored really quickly, so this is a good gap to have. There's still lots of work to be done in this game, and it can obviously still go either way with well over a half of hockey still to go. Southern's moving the ball down. Went straight down the boards on the right-hand side. Didn't pick his player, but they're all good. Southern definitely stepping back in a full half-court press at the moment, wanting to make sure they don't give away any easy passes into their defensive D. Three minutes left in the game. Southern's now trying to see if they can get in the half, apologies. Southern's trying to see if they can get a goal back before half-time, which would be really good for their morale and really good for their attitude towards the second half. And if they can get a goal back now, it means the balance of the game is going to be as intense as the first half has been. And it's really been a good first half of hockey. Both teams going backwards and forwards. Southern starting off with the initial advantage. Northern's fighting their way back into the game. And now Southern's trying to get a bit of control of the ball and get some some control back of that ball so that they can create their opportunities. This chuck has definitely been Northern's, but we are starting to see Southern's now starting to control the ball a little bit. That high court press is maybe working on the fitness of Northern's a little bit, maybe just giving them a bit of extra jelly on the legs, not working as hard as they should be, but they're definitely still trying the high court press. They're trying to put the Southern's defense under pressure, but as I mentioned earlier, that does take a lot of energy out of the system, and eventually they either need to drop back into a half court press, or Southerns will be able to maybe get advantage of one or two errors as they're in the Northern Sea now, trying to manufacture a goal scoring opportunity. Matter of being patient on the ball, waiting for the right opportunity. Sanele has now got the ball in the D, trying to maneuver around the defense, but running the ball over the baseline as Northerns win the 16-yard hit and are now going to try control the ball. We got a minute and a half left of the chucker, so there's no controlling the ball down to the end of the chucker yet. They're going to look for opportunity to see if they can extend that lead to 3 goals. Northern's looking to control the ball, and then just one little touch and he loses control of the ball, and now we're straight back again. And indoor hockey is that quick like that. The Northern's player trying to do a spinnerini to create an opportunity for himself, but he spun straight into the Southern's defender, and that's resulted in the ball going dead, and again free hits to start the game. Southern's forwards just not picking up those through balls. The balls are coming down the boards, coming down the lines, but the Southern's players are either missing or running the wrong line, or just not trapping the ball as effectively as they should be. But again, once one of those passes, you just need one to pick up, one to work, and it's a 2-1 ball game, and Southerns are back in this. Nashon Matrish fighting really hard for the ball here, trying to get that ball back across. He had 3 Northern's defenders on him, still got the ball across, but unfortunately again just didn't find another yellow shirt, didn't find a Southern shirt, so it resulted in a turnover, a short corner conceded by Southerns again, and that's how quick the game moves from side to side. Nashon was tracking down at the top of the Northern's D, looking for an opportunity to get in and get a shooting opportunity. 3 Northern's players pressed him really high, created a quick turnover, and all of a sudden there's a short corner conceded down the other end. Doesn't look like Cameron LaForestier is on the pitch, so he's obviously going, he's in the middle of that setup. Again, we'll probably go through him, or it's going to go short and back to the near post. It's gone short, back to Cameron, who has put it into Southern's foot. As you hear the hooter for half time, because the decision was given before the half-time hooter, the short corner does continue, and it continues until the ball is exited beyond the D. Straight in goals, flicked straight into the defender, who's run a very brave line and got very close to the flicker in that case scenario, but because it's hit his body and it's a shot on target, re-award of a short corner. This is short corner number 3. All the Northern's team are up there now looking for the opportunity, and eventually the pressure does pay off, and Southern Visties go into half-time 3-0 down, and those 3 short corners in succession were just too much for the defense to deal with, and Southern's guys are relatively grumpy, relatively upset with that, but Northern just applied the pressure in that chukka and just had far more of the play in the Southern's defensive half. A tournament like this doesn't just happen, and through sponsorships and through lots of hard work behind the scenes, these tournaments don't just take place. Getting teams and provinces from all over the country to a venue like Beaulieu College is massive, and Josie Mayele, the local organising committee, head of the local organising committee, has done a massive job in organising this event and getting the local area set up. Lorna Graaf, our technical director for this tournament, and overseeing all the technical director roles of the tournament, organising the umpiring teams and all the hockey technical aspects of the tournament, has also done a massive job in doing the behind the scenes work, and often not recognised, often not seen in the public eye. Both of them will avoid any form of public disclosure or any form of public visualness. They won't be seen, but done a massive job. Also, thank you to Southern Gauteng Hockey for hosting this tournament. The executive committee, the president, Ryan Mayela, thank you for hosting us this year. It's the second IPT Southerns have hosted in the last 6 months. They hosted the outdoor IPT in August, and now this indoor IPT early in 2025. So thank you to Southerns for hosting these events, and thank you to SA Hockey for the support behind the scenes into making these events a reality. Again, to our sponsors, SPAR and SPAR's at Tops at SPAR, for being the title sponsors of this event. These events don't happen without the corporate investment. Every single one of these hockey players has funded their own way to be here. Hockey is not a professional sport. These players take time off work, time off their daily jobs to represent their provinces and also pay their own way. So be it travel or accommodation or tournament entry fees, all of these players have paid their own way to be here. And it's not just the hours of practice and commitment to attending practices and to the fitness and the skills to get here. it's the funding that they work for and accumulate over time so that they're able to attend these tournaments and be part of these tournaments. So the corporate sponsors make a massive difference, because it obviously brings the overall cost down and the player cost down to a massive degree, making it as accessible as possible for all players within the country to attend these events. And as a result, we have some of the best hockey players in the country up here in Southern Gauteng this week, putting their skills on. For those of you who do follow indoor hockey, you would have noticed that probably about 3 weeks ago now, the SA men's indoor team was at the World Cup and came back with bronze medal. We have seen a few of those players around. Some of them are even participating in this tournament, and we've had Justin Rosenberg around. The head coach from that team has been around the tournament quite a lot this week. If we do see any of them this morning, we will try get them to come have a word with us and talk us through that World Cup experience. But absolutely phenomenal effort by the men at that World Cup. The ladies also had a great World Cup. Not medaling, but again, as teams going up against fully professional outfits from Europe, our sides did exceptionally well in that tournament to represent and to be competitive in those tournaments. And indoor hockey in South Africa is coming on in massive strides, and as we go through today, you'll see the skill levels, especially in the semi-finals later this afternoon and this evening in both the men's and the ladies sections. You'll see some massive skill levels. Again, just to remind you of the log positions on display here, Northerns need to win this game to secure themselves a semi-final berth for tonight, and Southerns are trying to chalk up their first win of the tournament, but will go into the playoffs for positions 5 to 8 later this evening. So that's what they're trying to work with. An immediate early breakdown tackle by Southerns in their own half has resulted in a short corner at the start of the third chukker. So within 11 seconds of the chukker starting, Northerns have an opportunity. And again, it looks like it's going to be a stop at the top of the D, and then Cameron LaForestier is either going to try one of his bullets into the top corner, or he's going to try a variation. Southerns have changed their keeper. My suggestion would be he's going to try a bullet and test the keeper to see how he is. Again, 100% wrong by the commentator. They've tried a little slip to the left to execute the shot off the top of the D from the left-hand side to put off the defensive short corner team. They're moving the ball around to get the shot off. Obviously, Northerns feel the Southerns defense is quite strong down the barrel and straight at the striker, so they're trying to move the ball around. We've seen it to the near post, and we've also seen now the slip to the left to create goal scoring opportunities. So they obviously rate the Witsi's short corner defense, because they're moving the ball around on those short corners now to create opportunities. The argy-bargy is definitely still in the game. The Southerns guys both teams are dropping their shoulders a little bit, getting strong, not giving an inch, making sure that they're still playing for this with everything that they've got. Reza has changed up his rotating fives a little bit, so he has a few different players in the starting setup for this chukker. Obviously trying to see if they can win their way back into this game with a couple of early goals. He's gone very attacking mindset now, trying to see if they can win that ball back. They're kind of holding at half-court press and then go straight into full-court press. Again, trying to put pressure on Northerns like they did in the beginning of the game to put that pressure on Northerns again, but they're holding off, and then as soon as they see an opportunity, they go into a full-court press, and they're trying to get that ball domination that they had right in the beginning of the first chukker for the first 5 minutes or so that we haven't seen since. So they're obviously trying to get that back going into this half and see what they can manufacture going forward. Southern's trying to get some time on the ball, and oh my word, ball straight from the back to Nashan Matruis in top of the D, and he has deflected it straight past the keeper, literally with one touch. That was an outstanding deflection by Nashan into the top corner, and really, really effective goal, making the score 3-1, and maybe just giving Southerns a little sniff of where they need to be, immediately going into a hard full court press, trying to get their way back into the game. Cameron LaForestier doing his best, and driving into the circle and winning himself a penalty strike. So the umpires adjudicated that he was taken out on purpose and has prevented a goal scoring opportunity, and immediately as Southerns have scored a goal, they've conceded a penalty strike. Cameron is going to be taking that against the Southerns keeper, and let's see how this unfolds. That is exceptionally unlucky by the Southerns keeper. He's made the save. The ball has somehow squeaked under his pads and literally just rolled over the line. Unfortunately, he doesn't. Once the keeper's gone down like that and made the save, you can't see behind you. And he's realized too late that the ball's still rolling underneath him towards the line. But at really slow speed, the ball has crossed the line, but it's as a result of just squeaking under his pads. So really unlucky by the Southerns keeper there. But a goal is a goal, and Northerns now have restored their 3-goal advantage. And Southerns just need to get their composure back here. They got that goal back, conceded the flick. Really unlucky to concede that goal. The keeper's done really well. And now it's a matter of just getting the composure back and getting that composure that they had at the beginning of the chukker. Reza has rolled a substitution, maybe just to buy them some time, just to breathe and get their heads back to try and see where they are. But again, high press, teams fighting for everything, players not giving an inch, lots of shoulders, lots of little elbows in order to win yourself a little bit of space so you can do something with the ball, or you can win the ball. And again, Northern's working really hard, getting behind the keeper even to manufacture a goal scoring opportunity, but Southerns are defending as hard as they can now in the Northern's players' faces. No quarter given here. The Northern's players are defending as hard, and this is proper indoor hockey now with proper intensity. The shot has come into the side. Umpires are now just going to have a little discussion going, gentlemen, calm down just a little, as the intensity of this game now is at boiling point. That goal and that stroke conceded has, so the Southerns with his goal early in the game, in the quarter, and then the stroke conceded immediately after has definitely upped the temperature here. And these gentlemen are now having a full crack at each other and going all in. Great build-up, great goal scored there by Northerns. Southerns players are asking if there was a leading elbow in creating that space. Umpires disagree with the Southerns' opinion. As Northerns now go up to a full goal gap, they 5-1 up, and Southerns definitely need to now get their composure back, get some breathing space back, and try get themselves back in this game with 1 or 2 goals before the end of the chukker, just to give themselves a fighting chance. But they definitely need to get their composure back first, as Nashan again gets a great opportunity. He's hanging high, he's getting the opportunity, and get a great goal scoring opportunity, forcing a save by the keeper, getting himself a long corner. This game is definitely not over. Although the scoreline is 5-1, Southerns Vitsies are working really hard here to try and fight their way back into this game. But again, it's just the composure that they just need to maintain, understanding this is indoor hockey and 4 goals can come in a chukker and a half. So they just need to just keep that composure, or regain that composure, and get themselves back. Lots of little bobbling balls, lots of little not clean stops going on at the moment, which is giving Northerns these sort of turnovers to attack Southern. So Southern just need to get their soft hands on their stick when they're making their stop, just get some focus back into their game, not get carried away with the emotion of the events, and try just get their basic skills back so that they can execute those skills effectively and get themselves back into this match. Again, looking for that long ball into the D. That one just not getting the angle off the sideboards, and therefore not working as effectively as the earlier one did when Ashwan deflected it. But Southerns clearly have noticed something within the Northern setup of the press that's giving them a gap to move the ball off the boards into the top D if there's a high lying forward. So they are trying that as a counteract maneuver to offset the high press that Northerns are or have been implementing since the second half of the first chukker, really. And that high press has resulted in those 5 goals that they've managed to control the game since then. and Southerns just haven't really got that control back since Northerns have got that high press working. Three minutes left in the third chukker. The scoreline is 5-1 to Northerns, and Wits is now looking to build something up, immediately going straight through two players. Again, the composure element of moving the ball around the black between the three baseline players at the back would be probably a better solution right now, and manufacturing opportunity. Southern seem to be going the more direct approach and trying to pin that pass to the top D, to the high line striker every time now, instead of building up the opening and then executing that pass. They seem to be executing that pass probably 2 or 3 phases too early, which results in Northerns doing exactly that, getting the counter-attack opportunity because they're turning the ball over in midfield. Southern's now in possession of the ball again, immediately going for that direct ball down the middle to try and find their high line striker. They are definitely employing a high line striker strategy now to try get that extra opportunity. We saw Nathan Matris score a great goal at the start of the chukker and have another great opportunity a little bit later. And obviously now they're looking for that scenario. We see the first card of the game. It's a yellow card for the Southerns number 8, which is Keown. He just did a body check against the Northerns player in his own defensive half, which obviously has broken the play down. The umpires have deemed that as a deliberate break of play, and now Northerns have an opportunity to go again. Again, Cameron LaForest here, top of the D. Let's see if they test the keeper with a direct shot or the try variation. Same variation as earlier, and great stick save, low down stick save on his right by the keeper. Great save there, obviously conceding a long corner, but in that situation it's a win for the keeper, because at that range, at that speed, that's a phenomenal little save that keepers are kind of expected to make. You kind of looked at in the standard for goalkeepers nowadays is that high that keepers are expected to make that save, but it's really a difficult skill to put off, and you've got to be really alive and really awake to the opportunity, especially in an indoor game where the ball can go airborne, the ball can go along the floor at any stage, and you're not quite sure where it's going. Another Southerns player has now received a yellow card he was running down the line, and the umpires have deemed that he again used his body to protect the ball. So 2 Southerns players currently sitting on the bench, 3 Southerns outfield players on the bench now. Northerns clearly in full attack mode, trying to put this game away once and for all. The keeper doing a great save there, winning the free hit for his team as he makes a save into the foot of the Northerns player. And immediately Southerns are trying to go down the middle. This is the time now where they need to control the ball. There's a minute left in the chukker. They're on two yellow cards. They need to buy the time and try and get at least one of their players back before the end of the chukker, so that they can go into a 4-man defensive structure to see out the chukker and not concede any more goals. But right now, with 3 outfield players on the field, Northerns are smelling blood in the water and doing whatever they can to get a circle entry. Southerns are drifting across the top of the D like sharks, trying to create that opportunity. The ball does find its way to the open player in the D, but as he receives the ball, it does pop up. And now again, full press on the Southerns boys, looking for the Northerns players are looking for that opportunity. There's no mercy here. They're doing everything they can to take advantage of this 2-player advantage that they currently have. We did mention that the intensity of this game was high, and it's even higher now. Southerns have done exceptionally well to see out that chukker. Southerns players looking at the umpire, wondering why their players are getting carded and the Northern players aren't. Again, it's just the emotion of the game, the intensity of the event that's going on in front of us right now. And Southerns again just need to retain their composure to try get 1 or 2 goals back. And if they get 2 goals back early in this next chukker, who knows, maybe Northerns do start feeling the pressure a little bit, but it does require very composed, very structured play from Southerns going forward. As we go into the last break of this game, there's 1 more chukker left. There's 10 minutes of hockey left in game number 1 of day 3 of the Topsat Spa Indoor IPT, SA Indoor IPT. And again, once again, thank you to our sponsors, our title sponsors, Spa and Topset Spa, for putting in funding towards this tournament to reduce the overall player cost for this tournament, so that players can afford to come from all corners of the country to represent their provinces. And we have our best players on display at this tournament. The men's section, obviously all these players make up the selection pool for the SA national team, and as we mentioned earlier, that SA national team have just come back from a World Cup with the bronze medal. Southern's now starting this chukker again with their three outdoor players. Make that 2 outdoor players, as they've deemed that the Southern striker has run directly into a Northern's player. Yeah, definitely a composure issue here, as now Southerns are down to 2 outfield players and putting themselves under immense pressure with 3 players in the bench on yellow cards. And as I say that, the first player is allowed back on, and Riza immediately puts on a fresh pair of legs as these guys are now under immense pressure. Umpire deemed that has touched a foot and awarded a short corner. The Southerns players clearly very frustrated right now and need to get a lid on their emotions, because if they carry on having discussions with the umpire, they're going to lose another player to the bin, and they've just got one back. They're back to a complement of 3, and they need to work really hard here at keeping their composure. Once again, Cameron LaForestier has slipped it left to Steve Paulo, and he's missed the flick high and left. And now the Southerns are back to 4 players on the field, so at least now the numbers are almost even. Obviously, there's one more player left in the bench, but it's 4 on 5 now as far as outfield players are concerned, and that does even up the 2 on 5 that we saw at the early half of this chukker. Northerns are controlling the ball now. They obviously got the numbers advantage. They've obviously won the intensity and the emotional battle, as Southern seem to have just taken that a little bit too far. And Northern's now controlling it and controlling the ball, as Vitsies are now looking to, with it, even numbers, that looking for an opportunity to get themselves into the game. I don't know how many of you have noticed, but there are basketball courts. There are a number of different lines are on this court. Obviously, for this indoor tournament, we are focusing on the white hockey lines. So the red lines and the yellow lines you see on this tournament are for netball and basketball, and this facility is obviously a multi-purpose facility. But the Northerns players earlier on were trying to test their basketball skills and see if they could jump and touch the hoop. Yeah, the report was their attempts were abysmal, to be honest. Some of them just got the net, some of them didn't reach the net, and only their number 14 managed to touch the rim. So Northern's players need to work on their basketball skills a little bit, but clearly they're composing their hockey skills right now and controlling this game, controlling the ball, controlling the intensity, and just dictating the play of the game at the moment. Working through their key players, controlling possession now. There are 7.5 minutes left in this game, and Northerns are making sure that they're starving Southerns of possession and not giving them the opportunity to get 1 or even 2 goals back, and then obviously every now and then creating a goal scoring opportunity. Southerns clearly the more frustrated of the two sides, or Vitsi's clearly the more frustrated of the two sides. But again, it's not dropping the intensity of the game. The intensity is still there. It's just Northerns are just controlling the ball and not giving Southerns an inch to breathe right now, as far as defense is concerned, or as far as creating a attacking opportunity. You can see the Southerns player pressed into the corner there, not really having a way out. Indoor hockey does dictate that there has to be at least one exit available to the player. But when that exit is across goal, that's not exactly great. Southerns have managed to get into the Northerns deep, pulls it across goal, and there's no one there to take the opportunity, because Southerns still have a player on the bench and are a player short as far as outfield players are concerned. So they still only have 4 outfield players, but still getting a shot off on target. Southerns are asking for a stick check in that shooting opportunity, but the umpires again disagree, and Northerns have the opportunity to control the ball. Southerns still in the half-court press here, which would be the case with only 4 outfield players. Witsy's defending their D, giving Northerns the ball outside the D, but just not allowing a free pass or an easy pass into a goal scoring opportunity within the attacking D. Northerns have manufactured that chance and have converted it. So great finish there by number 16 from Northerns, who has converted that chance that was given to him. Literally, he created the opportunity where he was open on the P-flick spot. The Southerns players were all pressing and all over, and there it was there. Southerns have pulled their keeper off, so at a 6-1 goal line, they pulled their keeper off when their players are all back on the field, which is now, all the cards have now expired. Southerns now have 6 outfield players on the field, and they're obviously trying to do that now to gain control of the midfield. And if they can control the midfield, hopefully give themselves a couple of goal scoring opportunities. With 5 minutes left in the game, it is a high risk, because obviously if Northerns do get the ball into the Southerns defensive D, as it was there, a simple deflection is going to result in a goal. Unfortunately, that deflection didn't quite work in that case scenario, but that ball is going to become exceptionally dangerous to Southerns now going forward, as they don't have the keeper on the field. So now it's 6 outfield players. Just to confirm, Leandro is back on the field, so the injury he suffered earlier was obviously just a stinger, and he is back now on the field and playing his part, and part of this attempt by Witsy's to win themselves back an opportunity. And in fact, there he is in a goal scoring opportunity and has won his team a penalty stroke. So from being injured and poleaxed on the ground a little earlier, he's come back on and he's immediately won the opportunity for his team to score a penalty stroke, as Miguel now steps up to try pull a goal back for Wits. His current score is 6-1 with 4 minutes and 30 left in the chukka. Great goal off the bottom of the crossbar great flick off the bottom of the crossbar, reducing the scoreline to 6-2. But again, Northern's totally in control here, and if they control the ball over the next 2 or 3 minutes, it's a challenge for Southerns to get back into the game. But Southerns definitely, with the wind behind their back now that they've got 6 outfield players, are pressing hard, are doing everything they can. Now Northern's play into the back of a Southerns player, and another card, this time only a green. The Southerns creating an opportunity, and a shot just sliding wide, literally just sliding wide by JD. JD is 16 years old, so participating in his first RPT is 16 years old, and great flick there, really powerful flick, and he's slid that past the corner. And as a 16-year-old playing in his first RPT, he has a really bright future. But you can see the risk now that Riza has taken by pulling his keeper off and giving the 6 outfield players, has overloaded the midfield and is giving Southerns more opportunity to have the ball on hand. And obviously now they're looking to see if they can get another goal back. Maybe it creates a bit of anxiety on the Northern side, but I think there's too much experience in that squad to panic. 3 minutes 50 left in the chukka, so there is still time. The Southerns obviously now looking at trying to fight their way back, and they have. So a bit of a mistrap at the top of the D has managed to confuse the first wave and the goalkeeper, and the striker has managed to put that into the top corner. Sometimes the mistrap and the anti-skill does work, and that's what's happened here. Is it's the clean execution is obviously often easier to defend than a little wobble, and that has obviously created an opportunity for Southerns, for Witsy's, and now the scoreline at 6-3. Keeper still up for Witsy's. They haven't reduced that number. They've still got the 6 outfield players, and I think they will keep that going for the balance of this chukka, because it is clearly working for them. That is a long corner opportunity now, and they're driving again towards the D, trying to win their way back into the game. Southerns do have the ball there. Southerns asking for a short corner. Umpires disagreeing and giving the free hit out to Northerns. But again, Southerns now working really hard, and you can definitely see the composure of the Northerns team. Actually picks the ball up to run it around to change position. Umpires deem that as time wasting. Still a Northerns free hit, but now another Northerns player in the bin, and they still have 4 outfield players. They just got their other green card back on the field, and now they're back to 4 outfield players. So as we called right in the beginning of the game, the intensity of a Cross-Yokske Derby, a Pretoria against Johannesburg game, is definitely evident in this scenario. Southern's had a few cards earlier on, and now Northern's having a few cards. The intensity of the game, 2 minutes 30 left. 3-goal gap. If Southern's get another goal now, which was very close. Deflection, the keeper got himself in a great position and got... Goalkeeping in indoor hockey is all about angles. He got his angles right and managed to keep the ball out. Often the reaction time in indoor hockey is very, very small for a goalkeeper. It's about angles. If you get your angles right, you can often make saves that you're not expected to, as the Northern's keeper did in that scenario. And he's got the opportunity to keep his team at the 3-goal advantage. If that had gone in with 2 minutes to go, Southerns would have really had a blast of wind on their tail and been trying really hard. As it is, Southerns are still pushing exceptionally hard. 1:45 left in the chucker. 3-goal gap. Southerns are pushing with everything that they've got now, driving into the circle again, looking for either a short corner opportunity or a goal scoring opportunity. They do have a goal scoring opportunity, and they have won the short corner. So Southerns really now in the last 5 minutes, since they've had pulled the keeper off and have got the 6 outfield players, have definitely, last 3.5 minutes that they've had it, they've scored 2 goals. So they are now winning the possession game and the territory game a lot more. Northerns have hardly had any ball in the Southerns defensive half in those 3.5 minutes. Southerns obviously put 2 goals back and now having another opportunity here at a short corner. And has hit the Northerns defender on the line, which has resulted in another penalty stroke being awarded to Southerns. The defensive players are allowed to be on the line. Obviously, legally, you can only stop the ball with your stick. And if it does hit your body and you are in the middle of the goals, it results in an automatically penalty stroke, which is what we're seeing here. There's no extra sanction for it. It's just a straightforward penalty stroke as the player was caught defensively. Keeper has got his stick to the ball, but it has deflected in. Do we have a cliffhanger? 6-4 Northerns up against Witzies after a 6-1 lead. In the last 3 minutes, Witzies have pulled back 4 goals. Umpire somehow has deemed that those tackles by the Witzies players were illegal and given the ball to Northerns. Scoreline at 6-4. Witzies fighting their way back into this game exceptionally well. They had a tough third chucker, but they've now fought their way back into this game. And again, with the 1 minute left in the game, if they can get a goal relatively soon, it brings them back into it. But Northerns now are going to be in possession of the ball, and the experience that they do have, you're going to see them controlling the ball. They need to make sure that they don't get caught for time wasting again. But if they control the ball here, they're fine. They've immediately turned the ball over, managed to get it back, but obviously now a bit of backwards and forwards. Northerns do have the opportunity, no keeper in the box, and they, with 37 seconds left on the clock, have scored their 7th goal. Bit of a hard press on the single defender at the back has created the opportunity for them to just extend that lead. It's the first opportunity they've had since Southerns pulled their keeper off 4.5 minutes ago to score a goal. A second opportunity, the first one they missed, and that one they've taken. And that fairly much has killed the game as a contest. Southerns are still trying to go and try to get a goal back, obviously try and improve their goal difference, improve their mindset going into the 5 to 8 place playoff that they're going to be participating in later today. Northerns are going to be going into the semi-final. A great game of hockey here at Beaulieu College. Northerns winning this encounter. Southerns Witzies putting up a great effort here and some great intensity between both sides, as we've had a really, really fantastic game of hockey. Northerns going through to the semi-finals, Southerns going through to the playoffs for position 5 to 8 later this afternoon. Great day of hockey ahead of us, and we're looking forward to some awesome hockey as we go into the game. The next game up is going to be in Mpumalanga against KZN Coastal, the KZN Raiders, Natal Raiders, and that should also be a great game of hockey in the men's section. Thank you very much. IPT as we get prepared for game number 2 of the men's section for the morning. This morning we had a really good game between Northern Gauteng and Southern Gauteng Witsies, and now we're going to see a game between Natal KZN Coastals, Natal Raiders, and Mpumalanga. So again, a nice game of hockey coming up. Raiders currently sitting second in their pool, and Mpumalanga currently sitting third in their pool. So there's a lot riding on this game, as the winner of this game will win the opportunity to represent their province in a semi-final later tonight. And the loser of this game will go into the playoff positions for positions 5 to 8, also later this afternoon. So a lot riding on this game. And this is going to be quite an intense game of hockey as we try to see how this unfolds. No tournament like this happens without our match officials, and our match officials are sponsored by Outsurance, which obviously is a massive boost towards the officiating and the level of officiating in the tournament, as the officials get to focus on umpiring the game and not worrying to have to worry about costs and the overheads of getting to tournaments. They actually get to focus on officiating an exceptionally difficult game of hockey. Indoor hockey is a really quick game and it's difficult to officiate. So thank you to Outsurance for helping our officials and assisting them in being able to do the best job that they can do in a really high tense environment. I mean, it is an IPT, it's an interprovincial tournament. It's the biggest tournament of the year as far as indoor hockey is concerned. You've got the best provinces in the country represented, as in Mpumalanga come up with a really early goal scoring opportunity, get a shot off at goal, great save by the keeper who holds his ground, stands tall and holds his ground right at the beginning of the chucker, the first 30 seconds, and immediately there's a shot on goal, and the KZN keeper, the Coastals keeper, has done superbly in managing to keep that out and keep his team in the game by not conceding early. So a really great start there by Coastals, and getting themselves and keeping themselves into the game. Coastals winning the free hits in their attacking half, and also now creating their first goal scoring opportunity of the game. Unfortunately, the ball just getting a little bit away from the player as he falls over himself, which obviously lets that goal scoring opportunity just subside a little. And Mpumalanga turn the ball over and immediately come down the other end. Both teams feeling each other out, trying quick little counter attacks to test the defense, and to get there, see if they can find an early start to the game. Manufacture an early scoring opportunity just to settle the nerves. But again, now teams needing to, as we minute and a half into the game, teams now need to start controlling the ball. It's exactly what we see Coastals doing, starting to move the ball between each other at the back. Mpumalanga pressing the two defenders, trying to force a mistake, but not trying to press too high yet. Just trying to make sure that there's no easy passes available, as KZ and Coastals get into the circle and immediately plays the ball into a set defensive player, and an early green card against the Coastals number 9, as now Mpumalanga have a numerical advantage for the next minute, as Daryl Lotta has to sit on the bench for a minute because of playing the ball dangerously into a defender who was set and in a position to make the tackle. Mpumalanga immediately go back into the KZN Coastals circle to try and manufacture an opportunity as the ball goes out the byline, and Coastals now can control the balance of this card suspension, and control the ball and see if they can manufacture a goal scoring opportunity. And immediately coming down, Mpumalanga stick check tackle in the defensive half, and looks like it's also going to be no. Umpire Peter Calder was making a little note in his book. I thought he was going to go for a card for that breakdown tackle, but he's chosen not to, and has deemed that the short corner is suitable punishment for that tackle. 2 Coastal players up at the top of the D. Keegan Hazlitt at the top, and next to him on his right, I can't see the number from here, but I think it's it's Taylor Kelly-Stack who's next to him. They're having a quick discussion to see what they're doing. The two players at the top of the D have discussed it amongst themselves. It's either going to be a straight shot or it's going to be movement between the two players. Probably a straight shot to test the keeper, which they have done. Keeper running first wave hard at the defense, or at the attackers, and has created that turnover opportunity. And Mpumalanga almost taking advantage of that, but it just shows in indoor hockey how a good save by a goalkeeper can turn into a counter-attack very, very quickly, and you can almost get yourself an goal assist as a goalkeeper in indoor hockey. If you make a good save, initiate a turnover like that, if your player converts it, you as a goalkeeper get an attacking goal assist, which doesn't happen in field hockey, but obviously in indoor hockey it's the size of the court and the speed of the court and the speed of the ball and the movement of the ball. You can every now and then have that opportunity. But the turnover on the other side is that Coastals now create their own goal scoring opportunity. The ball is put into the far post and now lead the game. KZN now lead the game. I think that was Keegan Hazlitt who scored that goal. He has scored a few goals in the tournament already, and I'm pretty sure it was him who converted that opportunity and have put KZN Raiders or Coastals up, and given them the lead, the early lead that they were looking for in this game. That is Keegan's second goal of the tournament, so he's done well to convert that. It was a very good finish from the angle, 45-degree angle, and he's put it in the far post. Mpumalanga, not to be outdone, are now trying to get control of the ball themselves, control some possession, so they can build a territory advantage, but they went for the big pass a little too early, which again has created a turnover, manufacturing a goal scoring opportunity for Raiders, and they've now gone 2-0 up within the first 5 minutes of the game. And immediately Daryl Lotter, who got a green card a little earlier, has made his retribution and scored that goal, now putting Coastals 2-0 up. And Mpumalanga need to control the ball and control the territory quite early and immediately give away a free hit, and little indiscretion there, hitting the ball away so that Coastals couldn't take a quick free hit themselves. The free hit has been upgraded to a short corner, so Mpumalanga now need to get a bit of control of their emotion. We saw earlier on when Southern Gauteng Witsies lost their composure for a chucker, they conceded 4 goals. Mpumalanga need to be careful now to keep their composure, that they don't concede a couple of goals quickly and go down in this game quite early. KZN immediately convert that short corner opportunity, now go out to a 3-goal lead, and Mpumalanga now need to control the ball and control the possession of that ball and just give themselves a minute or two to breathe and just get their composure back and get their intensity back up, so that they can keep themselves in this game. We saw on Wednesday night Mpumalanga concede 12 goals to Southern Gauteng, and Coastals, I think, are aware of that because they seem to be hunting goals early in this game, knowing that if they win this game now, and if Southerns win their game later, goal difference may come into the equation as to who finishes top of their pool. So both teams will be aware of that, both Southerns and KZN, and KZN right now seem to be chasing goals early in this game, and that goal difference that might dictate who finishes top of this group is obviously in the top of their minds, and they're going to be working on that. Southern Gauteng and Raiders drew to each other last night, so that goal difference comes into play quite significantly later on. Mpumalanga now trying to get themselves back into this game and get a goal back to keep the competitiveness going. Breakdown tackle there by KZN. Mpumalanga immediately working into the D, trying to get an opportunity, looking for an exit without trying to go through a player. The KZN players defending exceptionally well and have turned it over. Mpumalanga high pressing, trying to get that double turnover, but it has actually worked in their favour. They managed to get that double turnover, but bit of a breakdown. No one there to pick up the deflection. Great ball in there from Mpumalanga, from Chof van Staden. Great hockey player, been around the block a while. I guess in indoor hockey, Chof can be seen as a grandfather of the game. You compare his age to some of the players on the field. While I'm talking about Chof van Staden, the KZN number 7, Tyler Tomset, has scored a fantastic goal. And talking about grandfather of the game, I think if you multiply Tyler's age by 2, you probably still don't get Chof's age. So indoor hockey is definitely a game for youngsters, and having a player like Chof in Mpumalanga's side gives them great experience. But playing against youngsters who are so quick and move so quickly often makes it harder for the older guys to be part of the indoor game. This indoor hockey has definitely become a game for the younger players because of the speed involved in this game and how quick the ball transfers from one end of the court to the other. I was speaking to Jesse Cialo yesterday morning, and he asked him why he wasn't participating in the tournament. He said no, once he saw what the youngsters were doing, he needed to exit stage left, which he had done. He's exited this level of indoor hockey. He still plays club indoor hockey, but he's exited the provincial level because of the skills involved, which just puts into perspective someone like Chof still participating in the game and still being part of it and competitive at this level. I mean, a kingpin in the Mpumalanga side. Just shows the level of work he's put in on a personal level to stay fit and stay strong enough to be able to play this game at this level for so long. Again, nearly picking a great pass there to his high-lying forward. One of the coastal sticks has deflected the ball upwards, so Mpumalanga hold possession. Again, trying in the last minute of this tracker to see if they can at least pull one goal back and keep the game alive as a competition. KZN currently leading 4-0. If I could ask a request, please, anyone in Mpumalanga, please don't tell Chof that I reflected to him or said that he was older than the other players on the field. I'm not sure he'd take very kindly to that comment, although it be in reality. He obviously still thinks he's well in his range of participating, and he is. He just is older than probably double the age of some of the kids on the field with him. As we come to the end of the first tracker, KZN Raiders leading this game 4-0. Mpumalanga obviously going to look now at regaining their composure. They seem to have done that quite well in the last half of that tracker. They did lose their composure a little bit in the middle there and conceded a couple of quick goals. But getting their composure back now, they've done better in the second half of that tracker, and they've kept themselves in the game significantly well. As I mentioned, the Raiders team are going to be chasing goal difference. They did draw with Southern Gauteng men last night. Southern Gauteng men did score quite a big number against Mpumalanga on Wednesday night. So goal difference is going to come into play as far as this group is concerned. So Raiders are going to be chasing goals. And we'll see it in the game later when I think KZN Miners play Southern Gauteng men. Southern Gauteng men are going to know exactly what they need to do as far as result and goals wise to secure top spot in the pool. And Raiders now are clearly going to go really hard at this over the next 3 chuckers to try get that goal difference of theirs up as high as possible to secure themselves top spot in the pool. Obviously top spot in the pool, you play second in the other pool for the semi-final, and not that it makes a difference. That's the level of hockey. You're going to have to beat the best teams in the competition to win gold medal. But I guess if you can secure yourself a semi-final against the runner-up in the other pool, you're going to do that. Currently, Pool A is Western Province and Northern Blues. We saw Northern Blues win this morning. Western Province have to play against Pens later in the day. So they will probably secure top spot in their pool. Northerns will probably be second spot in their pool. And again, a goal difference scenario comes into play. But both Raiders or KZN Coastals and Southern Gauteng men will be looking at a goal difference scenario, which means you see Mpumalanga here now today having to work really hard the whole game. Raiders are not going to back off. It's not about winning the game, it's about goals. And you're going to see that later on in the Southern Gauteng against Miners game. You're going to see that as well. Obviously, Raiders are going to hope that Miners will do them a favour and keep Southerns to a low score, or even beat Southerns to guarantee that Raiders go top of the pool. But Raiders here are going to still be chasing. Raiders holding on to ball possession, looking for the opportunity to get forward, as they have here. That is turned over. Mpumalanga win the ball. Now trying to manufacture a counter-attack. A little bit messy. Peter Calder has called them back to just restart the play. Troff having a little discussion, maybe trying to catch his breath as he resets, as Mpumalanga now try to hold possession. Troff popping that ball across to his mate, testing his mate there a little bit more than he needed to, but again just not structured well enough, and turning the ball over to KZN Coastals. Taylor Kelly-Stack talking a lot to the umpires there, has actually just body checked the Mpumalanga player that has been building up. He has chirped the player a few times in the last few seconds, and he was chirping the umpire. Umpire saw that as a natural collision and didn't choose to penalise it in any way. But again, just to be careful, there seems to be a little bit of tension building up between the Mpumalanga number 5 and Taylor Kelly-Stack, the Mpumalanga number 13, as we see there. Mpumalanga play exactly picking the pocket of Taylor there. He won't be happy about that now after a bit of verbal, so that should be an interesting battle to watch over the next little bit. Goalkeeper has done superbly well. 2-on-1, 2 attackers there, running into the top of the D into space. No defenders around him. The goalkeeper has managed to keep that out and do superbly. And immediately Chop van Staden comes down the other end and converts the goal scoring opportunity. Not a direct assist by the goalkeeper, but that is definitely a goalkeeping assist. He's made a great 2-on-1 save there that's in his own defensive D. The turnover has resulted in a goal scoring opportunity for Chof, and Chof has converted that goal scoring opportunity and pulled one back from Mpumalanga. Scoreline is 4-1. Again, KZN Coastals fully under control here, controlling the ball again, moving the ball around again, trying to get that opportunity. Slight little pop on that deflection, but the game is still definitely alive, and Mpumalanga have not given up hope of pulling off an upset here, and they're going to fight for this all the way through. Mpumalanga again driving into the D, creating a goal scoring opportunity and into the side netting. Mpumalanga definitely getting on the front foot here in the last 2 minutes and getting themselves back in this game, and not backing off. They're not backing off the challenge as much as Coastals are chasing goal difference. Mpumalanga see themselves putting up a fight here, and they're going to make a fist of this game, which is going to be really good. Again, getting their elder statesman Chop onto the ball to set up the play and to look for the opportunities. He manages to win a free hit for them in the KZN defensive half, and now again trying to build up ball possession, build up a bit of pressure, and try to see if they can get into the D, which they're driving into right now. Pulls the ball across the top of the D. Unfortunately, no one there to pick it up. Chof playing it through again, looking for that big ball that he's become famous for. That big ball into the D, picking up his high-line striker. Proper experience there. Shoelaces under an umpire, need a moment to breathe, just to slow things down a little bit so that he can catch his breath and just restructure, give his team a moment to breathe and get things done. Mpumalanga felt that was a foot in the Coastal's D. Umpires again saw that as a Coastal free hit. I mentioned earlier, umpiring this game is exceptionally difficult, and we are seeing that exact thing. Another great save by the KZN keeper. He's gone down and saved it with his glove behind him, deflecting the ball out for a long corner. The keepers in this game have to be alive and awake. As a keeper in this game, it's all about angles. It's making sure that you make yourself as big as possible, make the goals as small as possible behind you, so that the players have got as little as possible to aim at, because the speed of these pushing and flicking that the players can execute here in this game is massive, and obviously that then puts a keeper in a very difficult position, and the keepers have to just make their life a bit easier by trying to get their angles and their positioning right to take up as much space as possible. No, that doesn't mean goalkeepers are the biggest guy in the team anymore. Goalkeepers in indoor hockey have to be exceptionally fit, as you're constantly involved in the game, as the game is constantly moving around you. The goalkeeper's fitness in this form of hockey is critical, because you cannot be switched off for a split second, because the game moves so quickly. If you do switch off and there is a counter-attack down your end, if you're literally half a second late in your reaction time, you're conceding a goal. So the keepers have to be very awake in what they're doing at all the times, and also have to be as fit as the squad players within the team, the outfield players within the team. There you saw the exact benefit of a high press. The Mpumalanga players were pressing the Coastal's player into the corner, and when he tried his exit, there was a deflection on the exit. The Mpumalanga player nearly deflected that into the D. Exactly what I was saying about goalkeepers being awake. The keeper had to be awake on his near post to deflect that out. If he had switched off for a split second there, that ball sneaks in on his near post, and there's a goal conceded. As we saw earlier on, whether the ball flies over the line into a corner or just rolls over the line at the bottom, it's a goal. A goal is a goal in this game. So whether in any form or shape it crosses that line, the keepers have to be alive. Mpumalanga building up pressure again, trying to get into the D. Do get into the D, but unfortunately loses control of the ball as it goes over the byline, giving Coastals a chance now to move the ball around the back again and just get some ball possession, although he's been pressed really hard by two Mpumalanga players, and again hunting the defender again and nearly trying to deflect the exit ball across the goal line. The Mpumalanga players are putting in a high press here, trying to put as much pressure as possible on the Coastal players. They're picking up the cross ball into the D, but unfortunately just popping it up. Indoor hockey, the ball has to be level on the playing surface at all times, and unfortunately Chop has just popped the ball up there just ever so slightly, but the rules state that results in a short corner, and I reckon Keegan Hazlitt's going to fancy this one and see if he can put this into the top corner. Not the cleanest of stops, but he has managed to pull it around the keeper and convert the opportunity. First goal of the half, or of the chucker for Coastals, as Keegan gives him that full goal advantage again as the score goes out to 5-1. Much more evenly contested chucker this one. Mpumalanga have come back very well. They're executing a high press and they're putting the Coastal's defense under a lot of pressure, and that has resulted in them with a couple of high turnovers. The risk of that strategy is exactly what we saw there. If you beat the high press, you have the opportunity to counter-attack really, really quickly, and that often results in a open player in the D to create a goal-scoring opportunity. So when you're executing a high press, it is something a team needs to be aware of, is just be aware that if that press is beaten, that you be aware of the risk of the counter-attack. As we see Coastals counter-attacking right now, driving into the D, pulling the ball back across goals, going for a goal-scoring opportunity. And the hooter going. Not quite sure exactly what happened there just before the end of that chucker, but Peter Coulter has seen an infringement that has resulted in a green card for one of the Mpumalanga players, but there was no free hit or short corner given, so not quite sure exactly what unfolded there, and whether it was a bit of verbal or whether it was a stick check. But yeah, the infringement obviously happened just as the hooter went, which resulted in a green card suspension for the Mpumalanga player. So Mpumalanga will start the second half with 4 outfield players for the first minute. A tournament like this doesn't happen with immense work going on in the background, and just like to say thank you to our tournament director Lorna Kraft, who is managing and sorting out all the officials and the technical aspects of this tournament, making sure that the on-field events are happening as scheduled, as planned, the right officials attending, the right kits being worn by the different squads, all the teams arriving at the right times and being available for their off-field commitments that they have to do. So Lorna, thank you very much for the work that you're putting in as the tournament director. Josie Mayela for the local organising committee and putting all of this together. Organising a tournament like this involves an immense amount of work and making sure that all the puzzle pieces fit into place. Josie, you and your team have done a fantastic job, and thank you very much for that work that you've put in. To Ryan Mayela and the Southern Gauteng Executive Committee, thank you very much for hosting this tournament and hosting us here this week. It's been a fantastic tournament. The 2 venues have been awesome. The level of hockey has been awesome. The teams are having a great time up here in Gauteng. I think the coastal teams, the KZN teams and the province teams might be struggling a little bit with the altitude and the heat. The daytime temperatures are getting up to 30 degrees inside the hall. Is probably a little bit hotter. When you're running around, you definitely are glowing a little bit, perspiring a little bit and losing a little bit of weight, but we're seeing some great hockey here. So thank you to everyone behind the scenes who's hosting this tournament, organising this tournament, making sure that the technical aspects of this tournament are working. Thank you very much to everyone who's putting in that effort. You're going to be privileged to hear Tyrone Barnard commentating a little bit later, one of the legends of SA indoor hockey, or legends of SA hockey, commentating a bit later, so that will be a treat. He'll be commentating during the semi-finals a bit later on this evening, so that will be something to look forward to. But yes, as we're now heading into this, again, just to acknowledge our sponsors, SPAR and Tops at SPAR for the money and the funding that you put into this tournament to assist the hosting of this tournament. The players buy into this tournament is not as much. Hockey is very much an amateur sport, and every single one of these players that you see in front of us here have paid their own way to get here, taken time off their own work, taken times away from their families to be at this tournament, and working exceptionally hard at making sure that they can be on these courts in front of these cameras and putting up a display for us to watch some awesome indoor hockey. And the level and the efforts put in at this level result in what we saw at the World Cup a few weeks ago, where the SA hockey men come back with a bronze medal. A lot of those players are represented here, are active here in this tournament, have been around here at this tournament, and it's awesome to see this effort being put in on the men's section to make sure that you get the results that we see on a national level. So indoor hockey in South Africa is really in a good place, although very much an amateur sport. Mpumalanga attacking quite early, getting a good goal scoring opportunity early on the chucker. Again, it's going to be much of the same for this chucker as it was the last chucker, with the Mpumalanga high pressing, free hit just outside the D. But again, indoor hockey is such a quick game, there's so much going on so quickly, that it's really phenomenal to watch. Keegan Hazlitt creating goal scoring opportunity, creating a space for his attacker in the middle of the D to create a deflection. Unfortunately not quite working. Keegan and Choff were having a discussion there about something, but all smiles, all banter, as these players know each other exceptionally well and can play some really good hockey. Coastal's looking at getting some control of their ball so that they can start building some pressure, but again, a little mistrap there has resulted in a turnover for Mpumalanga, who immediately counter-attacked down the other end. Might be their strategy for this half, or this chucker, to counter-attack hard and quickly. As I mentioned, the average age of these players is quite young. Lots of speed, lots of wheels on the turf or on the court, so these players will do whatever they can to counter-attack really quickly, run hard. You'll see the substitutions happen quite quickly and frequently. Every 3 or so minutes there'll be rolling substitutions as players run themselves hard for that time period, and then will rest for about the same time period before coming back on the court again. So very quick substitutions, very quick turnovers of players. And Mpumalanga high pressing there, turning the ball over and winning a penalty stroke, giving themselves the opportunity to get the first goal of the third chukka. As we saw in the first chukka, they got the first goal of the first chukka, of the second chukka, and now an opportunity to get the first goal of the third chukka. Chof van Staden, the elder statesman of the team, stepping up, taking responsibility here to try to convert the opportunity. The KZN keeper's been phenomenal today. He's been really, really strong all day. Chof lining up his opportunity. Chof has gone to the keeper's right-hand side, and the keeper's made a great save. Chof's acknowledging that, but the keeper's done really, really well to get across to his right-hand side and glove that past the post as KZN survived that little scare. Scoreline remains 5-1. KZN getting the ball, although under pressure from the Mpumalanga player, illegally so according to Peter Calder. So KZN Coastals get the ball back and now getting to control the ball again. Chof making a great tackle, the KZN player running straight into him and not retreating far enough again. That's typical indoor hockey scenario. Chof making the pass, but just lifted ever so slightly, so ball turned over back to Coastals. Mpumalanga maybe could do well just slowing it down just a little and to ensure that they eliminate some of those basic errors as they are building pressure on the Coastals team. It went out to a quick 4-goal lead in the first chukka, and they've brought their way back into the game very, very well. So now it's a matter of maintaining their composure, maintaining their structure, because we saw earlier in the earlier game and earlier in this game, the second team loses their composure, you concede some goals quite quickly. KZN now have the opportunity to execute a short corner here, and we'll see where they're going to go here, as Keegan is not in the setup this time, so where they're going to go. Again, a very, very well executed short corner there, where the ball was moved across to Tyler Tomzit and then slid across to his teammate, who converted the ball into the open net, as Tyler had drawn all the defenders and the goalkeeper to him, expecting the shot to come from there. So again, a very, very well worked variation in that short corner resulted in a very well taken, well executed finish. So KZN now go out to a 6-1 goal lead in this chukka, again with an eye on the overall table, knowing that goal difference is going to come into it later in the competition, and knowing that they need to convert some opportunities in the second half of this match. The contest, obviously they're leading quite comfortably, and Mpumalanga will do their best to get themselves back into this game, but also knowing that the Coastals or Raiders need to score as many goals as possible to try secure top spot in the pool to give themselves a semi-final of choice later tonight. It's a bit early to call who the semi-finals positions are going to be and what those semi-finals are going to be, as all the big contenders still need to play later in the day. Coastals are the first big contenders to be on the court this morning. Southern Gauteng, Western Province and Northerns were on the court this morning. I do apologize. Northerns won their game to secure their semi-final position, so we still need to see Province and Southerns later in the day to see where they finish in their respective pools. They kept away apart from each other in the pool phases, but do they face each other in a final or a semi-final? That we'll see once we know where the results of these games this morning go. That attack resulted in the goalposts being moved ever so slightly, so they're just being repositioned. Mpumalanga setting up to see if they can manufacture an attacking opportunity. They've done really well in the last two chukkas to get themselves back into this game and to create a number of opportunities for themselves. We saw a penalty stroke early on. They've had a few penalty corners. They have scored a few goals. So Mpumalanga are doing exceptionally well at putting up a fight here and keeping themselves in this game. the KZN player straight down the line has given a little elbow to a Mpumalanga player straight down the line side of the eyesight of the umpire. I think everyone in the stadium saw that. Not very well disguised little elbow, and unfortunately as a result of that he's going to spend 3 minutes on the bench with a yellow card suspension, as obviously he was just a bit too aggressive in trying to create some space for himself. Mpumalanga now going to do whatever they can to take advantage of that situation, immediately creating a shot on goal opportunity. KZN looking to control the ball now, working it into the corner, trying to see if they can now manufacture an opportunity to just control the ball, using his body to defend the ball. The risk in that position when you go into the corner, you're using your body to defend the ball, and he's now conceded a short corner. So immediately the player advantage has counted in favor of Mpumalanga, as they're now looking to see what they can manufacture and see if they can convert the short corner. 3 minutes 50 left in the Chaka, scoreline 6-1. Mpumalanga currently down, seeing what they can do to create a goal scoring opportunity. This time Chofan Sarden is not on the field. The umpire has deemed that was over the top, high and wide and handsome, and it was a high, wide and handsome flick. Mpumalanga were claiming though that there was a deflection of the goalkeeper. Umpire didn't agree, resulting in the free hit towards Coastals, trying to counter-attack, trying to move down the field, but also aware of the fact there are only 4 players on the field currently, so not committing too many players up front. And even now when Mpumalanga have the ball, the KZN team are camped in their own D, at the top of their own D, making sure that there's no access to their defensive D, keeping their house safe right now, and managing the clock as far as the card suspension is concerned, and not giving any opportunity for Mpumalanga to get a opportunity back into the game. KZN players walking towards the ball, not running towards the ball, just trying to manage their energy levels now, because the 4 that are on the court now have to obviously work a bit harder. Turnovers like that don't help them, and Mpumalanga now looking to take advantage of that. KZN turning the ball over, winning the free hit. KZN plays with his hands in the air, but he has been tackled, he has got the blow. So again now just looking for one of his mates that he can move the ball to. Again, not so much with the eye on attacking right now, but more with the eye on controlling the ball and controlling possession. As you see the ball going back to front, up and down. Mpumalanga defending exceptionally well and deflecting that ball out for a long corner. The KZN number 11 trying to convince everyone that should have been a short corner, but I think he was the only one on the court that was thinking that was a short corner. Definitely a long corner, and definitely where it went. Keegan taking a bit of a tumble there. He seems to be getting up a bit slowly, but he is okay. Again, just typical indoor hockey. There is going to be a few shoulders and elbows just to create space for yourself, and every now and then one of the players does get overly robust, and maybe just someone slips onto their backside every now and then. But really good hockey on display here. Some really good hockey skill on display here. Really good passion and intensity on display here. The KZN number 4 has really just put his stick into the back of the Mpumalanga number 11, and absolutely now earned himself a yellow card. He's got his hand over his mouth. Honestly, nothing to complain about. He did straighten his arms into the back of the Mpumalanga player, and that has resulted now in a yellow card suspension. 2 KZN players now on the bench with yellow cards. 3 outfield players left on the bench. Great opportunities now for Mpumalanga to try and manufacture goal scoring opportunities and see if they can get 1 or 2 goals back. That's not the way that they're going to do it. They need to create space. They need to move the ball around. Players need to just get their emotions in check here. Things are getting a little heated between both teams. But Mpumalanga, their best opportunity now is to move the ball into the open spaces. There are lots of open spaces. There are only 3 KZN coastal defenders on the field right now. And if Mpumalanga move that ball around quickly, those opportunities will present themselves, and they'll be able to get goal scoring opportunities. Currently they're running into traffic, and they need to try and move that out. Great little intervention there by the goalkeeper for KZN Coastal, making sure that the ball didn't get past him, conceding the long corner, but making sure that he's keeping his team safe first and foremost. Coastal's winning the free hit out. They're now back to 4 players. One of their card suspension has come back. They're back to 4 players. Now it looks like one of the Mpumalanga players has got a yellow card. Emotions running high. We saw this in the first game this morning. When the game's on the line, the players are putting everything into it. Sometimes going a little bit too far with their attempts and their tackles and their defense, and that does result in suspensions and yellow cards. But we saw it in the game earlier on where one of the teams was down to 2 players at one stage. So players obviously just need to manage themselves and make sure they're not putting their teams at a massive disadvantage. As we saw earlier with KZN when they were down to 3 players. When they're chasing goal difference, they need to just maintain their composure and work towards creating opportunities and goal scoring opportunities. But great game of hockey on display here. Mpumalanga really making this difficult for Coastals and making them work really hard for their goals. There was a potential this game was going to be a runaway early in the first structure as the KZN went out to an early field goal lead, but Mpumalanga have done exceptionally well in fighting their way back in. Again, just to mention our title sponsors, Spar and Topset Spar. Thank you for the contribution towards funding and being the title sponsors of this tournament. Bulgatex, SuperSport, TK Taylor, number of different corporate entities that are involved in this tournament. Outsurance, you can see our umpires are funded by Outsurance, so thank you to all our different investors into hockey, one of the quickest, largest growing sports in the country right now, and great investment opportunities within the game at the moment, whether it's indoor or field hockey. It is really a growing sport and one of the highest played sports on the school level as far as numbers is concerned. Indoor hockey is growing substantially. We saw that with our bronze medal with the men in the World Cup recently, and hockey as a sport is growing massively, not just in a province but around the country as a whole. So we're seeing lots of hockey activity growing all over the country at the moment, as Mpumalanga now start off the final chucker of this game, the 4th chucker of this game, looking for early goal scoring opportunities. Still 4 KZN players on the field, as there's still 1 player serving a suspension. Mpumalanga trying to take advantage of their numbers here and work really hard at it with some counter attacks or trying to create opportunities, but not working overly well. Just not getting that final ball, that final pass to create that goal scoring opportunity. They're working well at controlling the ball, they're working well at moving the ball around, they're just not getting that final pass in play to create that final goal scoring opportunity. But Mpumalanga really doing well here in a game where they could have lost control of it quite early. They've brought themselves back into this game and doing an exceptional job. Coastal's obviously still looking at that goal difference, still trying to make sure that they win the game first and foremost, but then try to get as many goals as possible to put pressure on Southern Gauteng later in the day when they take on KZN Miners. Keegan again engaging with umpires, letting them know his thoughts on what he thought might have happened there. But it is a free hit to Coastals, and they are in position, and Keegan now on the ball, getting the ball into the D, creating a goal scoring opportunity, but very well defended by Mpumalanga. KZN controlling the ball really well. KZN controlling the ball really well. All the players thinking that was a free to Mpumalanga, but Peter Calder was awarding the free to KZN, so everyone's just resetting themselves, looking for the ball, which is behind some of the advertising boards, behind the Coronation Asset Managers advertising board at Coronation, another sponsor that's involved with hockey, and thank you to them as well. As KZN now get the ball back into play, moving it around, just controlling the ball and trying to every now and then to manufacture an opportunity, but making sure that they're controlling the ball first and foremost. Mpumalanga playing a bit more of a direct game than them right now, trying to get the ball into the D at every opportunity. Taylor Follett-Smith, I think they just took a bit of a shoulder. There's going to be a discussion between the umpire and the Mpumalanga player on that. Not sure if it is going to be a card, but it was just a collision of two players. I think Peter Calder's just asking the players just to take it easy a little bit. It was just a collision. I don't think there was any intent in there, but obviously with the game building up in the intensity into the last chukker, Chop van Staden back on the court. He missed the whole of the third chukker, catching his breath again, but he's now back here trying to control the defense at the back as he's immediately into his defensive role. Great save by the Mpumalanga keeper, and then also create some counter-attack opportunities. KZN again controlling the ball has been a theme of this chukker. They've done really well at controlling the ball, been really patient in their build-up as they were there again, and creating a goal-scoring opportunity, which again was very well dealt with by the goalkeeper on hand. Again, goalkeepers in this game have very little reaction time, and their primary objective is to get their angles and their positioning right, making themselves as big as possible so that the players, when they look up, see goalkeeper and no goals. If that is what they've done, they've achieved their target, and they make it really hard for players to score. Mpumalanga pressing the ball very, very hard at the moment. They've done that this whole chukker. They're putting lots of pressure on the ball, trying to create opportunity. Again, the goalkeeper has come out and taken on the attacking player really well. Looks like there might be a Mpumalanga player in trouble there with playing the ball into a set player. Peter Calder deemed that player was set. The Mpumalanga player seems to think that the player was still in motion, therefore not able to be set at the time, but the umpire's decision is final, and the Mpumalanga player has been yellow carded now. 6 minutes left in the game. He will be back before the end of the game, but obviously for the next 3 minutes, Mpumalanga are down to 4 players. Great tackle there by Mpumalanga, trying to manufacture. They're not slowing down. They are attacking direct style again, as they have been for the whole of this chukker. They're not really concerned about being a player down right now. They're 6-1 down on the scoreboard. So when they do get an opportunity, they are going as direct approach as possible to get to the D to create goal-scoring opportunities, which they have done again now. Again, the ball has ended up behind the Coronation banners. The advertising hoardings for Coronation obviously very, very well placed, because the ball's ending up behind them quite a bit. But Mpumalanga now trying to set up their goal-scoring opportunity. We'll see the keeper running first wave, I'm pretty sure. That has happened, and the ball is deflected wide. Peter Calder has indicated a long corner. Umpires were in discussion there for a while. They weren't 100% sure. In fact, not long corner. They've indicated a free hit out to Coastals. There was a bit of a discussion between the umpires. They are linked up through radios, so they can try and get as many of the decisions as possible right, and they are an umpiring team. They work really well together. And there, Peter Calder has actually given the decision to the standing umpire for a short corner for Coastals. The umpire teams work exceptionally well together. They are linked through radio communication, so the communication between the umpiring teams is exceptional, and that's what creates the opportunity. Nicholas White looks keen to receive this ball and have the opportunity, or could go to Bhavesh Naika. No, it has gone to Nicholas White, and the goalkeeper's done exceptionally in making that save. Unfortunately, just as the defender cleared it from his pads, it has gone upwards. Umpire's just making sure that the goals are in the right place. Is it going to go to Nicholas White again, or is it going to go across to Bhavesh? I think probably Nicholas slipping into Bhavesh might be the option now. One Mpumalanga defender has gone off too early. Now Mpumalanga are left with 2 defenders running first wave here, and then the goalkeeper. Opportunity for Natal to use a variation here is very strong. They tried the variation back to the pusher to deflect it in, but Mpumalanga were alive to that, and their 2 defenders did exceptionally well in that situation, making sure that they cut down the risk and the threat they were alive to at that stage. Coastal's pushing quite high up here on the 4 Mpumalanga outfield players. They're still down to 4 players with a yellow card suspension on the bench, and Coastal's pressing really hard, putting them under pressure. As I say that, Mpumalanga are restored to their full complement of 5 players, and immediately the player that was on the bench has pressed the Coastal defence quite high and put them under pressure and won his team a short corner. So immediately trying to earn some retribution from sitting on the bench, he's come back on the field with lungs of fresh air again and being able to press high and put the Coastal's team under pressure. Coastal's coach looks a bit confused as to that decision and asking his mates on the bench on the grandstands what that was about, but obviously it's worked really well. Or worked against his team. He can't change the decision, and his team now are focusing on defending the short corner. Mpumalanga managed to earn a second short corner as a result of the first one, and we saw earlier on that the build of her short corner pressure often does result in goals. So keeping on going at it. Van Staden is again on it, again on the ball, and has again been barreled over. The umpires deem it KZN free hit, where Chof was clearly looking for the free hit himself. But KZN have the ball, and again with 3.5 minutes left in the game now, looking at controlling the ball and controlling the scenario with a 6-1 scoreline. There's just controlling the game is where they're looking for. Coastals may have wanted more goals from this game. They may have wanted to improve their goal difference a bit more than what they have. As I say that, Keegan Hazlitt has scored an absolute perler of a goal. He's driven into the D at about a 30-degree angle, and he's managed to find the far corner. It's an absolute fantastic finish. At that speed, with that skill level, executing that skill is phenomenal. And Keegan has done superbly in doing that. I think that's his second, maybe third goal of the game. I think it's his third goal of the tournament. So he's done exceptionally well there in converting that opportunity for himself, pushing Coastals out to a 7-1 lead. And obviously Raiders now, if they can chase 1 or 2 more goals in the last 2.5 minutes of this game, then they'll be very happy with the work that they've put in for the morning. Obviously knowing Southerns have got to still play later on, and between between Raiders and Southerns, they're going to be the top 2 in this pool, and it's just a matter of who finishes number 1. So Coastal would like to put a bit of pressure on that for the later game to see if at least a bit of goal difference can come in. Coastals will be hoping that their B team, the KZN Miners, can maybe produce an upset and beat Southerns, and therefore secure Raiders the top spot without having to worry about the goal difference. But Southerns may have other ideas about that later on this morning. Really good running by the Mpumalanga keeper. He's run out first wave down the barrel and made that save. Again, got straight out into the danger zone as far as the keeper is concerned, keeping the KZN players under pressure. Really good movement back across his goal. The keeper took a risk there by coming out, and it has paid off. He's kept the attacker under pressure and forced the ball to be exited from their D. KZN Coastal still in control of the ball, still working the ball, but not being able to manufacture a second or third goal scoring opportunity from that. So again, some really, really good hockey there. As you can see, all players within the squad are critical. After that great work, the keeper actually gets subbed off the field with 1 minute 40 left in the game. The keeper is getting subbed off. What Mpumalanga's strategy will be here is to overload the midfield, use the extra midfield player to create an overload and hopefully create more goal scoring opportunities. I don't think that strategy right now is to win the game. I think it's for the outfield players to get used to the concept. If that comes into play later in the tournament, in the playoff phases for 5 to 8, where Mpumalanga are going to be playing later this afternoon, they might be in a game situation where they need to go to this structure to win a game, or to be competitive in a game, or to get some goals back in a game. And I think they're just practicing that, using it as a scenario to see how their players react to that in this game scenario, in case they need it for later in the tournament. But immediately, as we've seen in Mpumalanga, as we saw Vitsies earlier in the tournament go to 6 outfield players, we see that the game moves into the defensive half of the team with 5 outfield players. The extra outfield player makes a massive difference. Obviously playing without a goalkeeper is a massive risk, and any form of counter-attack, and it's going to result in a goal. but Mpumalanga are now working really hard at doing that. They have won themselves a short corner, which obviously has created a direct goal scoring opportunity. Remember, Mpumalanga do have a player off the field right now, so it's basically just evening up the numbers for now, but when they get their full complement back, they're going to have the 6 players on, and it has resulted in that goal, that great through ball from the back, deflection up the front and top front of the goals, and that has resulted in the goal. Mpumalanga now 20 seconds to go are restored to their full complement. 6 outfield players are now going to see out the game. Coastals may have different opportunity. They might want to just get another goal back just to prove a point. They just can't get the ball through the overloaded midfield that Mpumalanga have right now, and as a net result we're going to see out the last 2 or 3 seconds of the game. KZN Raiders have done superbly in managing the game and managing their risk and giving themselves the opportunity to play in that final. That win basically secures them a semi-final berth. The results later in the day will determine who they play against. Mpumalanga go into the playoff section for positions 5 to 8 in the tournament. Both teams have another game later in the day as their first phase of the playoff, be it a semi-final or one of the playoff games. And then all the teams again will be in action tomorrow on finals day, where we'll see these teams playing for final placings of this tournament. So still lots of hockey to be played. If you're in the Gauteng area, if you're in Pretoria area, come through to Beaulieu College. It's kind of between Joburg and Pretoria. Good access, easy access for both entities, and some really, really awesome hockey on display. Thank you very much and enjoy your rest of your day.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day 3 of the National Men's Indoor IPT. Up next, we've got Western Province playing their B-side, Western Province Peninsula. My name is Beaulieu, and as always, I'm not alone in the commentary box. Joining me, Chloe D'Souza. Chloe, good morning. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. And you, Tabang?
Yeah, lovely, thanks. We obviously got another derby here. These guys played a derby yesterday, or the ladies rather played their derby. And we saw the Western Province ladies come out with a victorious win up against their B-side. But again, we should have a hunting of a game here, as the B-side has always got a point to prove. So who's your money on this game?
I love an underdog. As always, we love an upset. The Pens guys want this. They've been playing really good hockey. I'm going to have to go with Pens.
No, certainly. Obviously, Hans Neertling, current national indoor men's player, sitting on second in terms of the top goal scorers. He's currently got 5 goals. Just behind Liam Hermanus, the Namibian international, with 6 goals. A couple of guys on the Western Province Peninsula side, Ray Bonnet, number 13, with 4 goals, as well as Coben Orion and Dean Carrick, sitting on 2 goals in terms of the top goal scorers after day 2. It promises to be a hunting of a day, as day 3 is final business end day, as teams look forward to securing their spots in the semi-finals as we get underway. Calm start by Western Province. Ball into midfield, into Hans Neertling. He goes down the left-hand side. He goes for the shot, and brilliantly blocked there by Sean Manuel.
I think both of these teams really enjoy scoring goals. I think the team that remains patient is going to come on top on this first chukker, not rush into things, not let their discipline slip away from them.
Absolutely. The Province side have got a couple experienced players. Jody Rasmus, who's a skipper of the Western Province side. They've won this RPT numerous times, coming victorious against sides like the Sangating men's, as well as the KZN Raiders guards.
For those that are new here, Western Province A side are playing in their traditional royal blue, while the Pen side are wearing their sky blue with red socks.
Important to note that. Highly important, as see the Pen side sitting in an almost deep 3-quarter press, as Jody Erasmus gets us underway. A sends ball across to Carl. Hans Neertling, he goes for the opportunity, and Mark's cricket umpire gives us a penalty corner, and that's the first penalty corner of the day, as Western Province look to break the deadlock. They got capable humans on top of the D, and the likes of Hans Neertling, Carl, as well as Jody. Some mean flickers surrounding the top of the circle. It's Neertling. He wins another penalty corner. A brilliant goalkeeping effort there by a goalkeeper, Zia Davids, and goals for the Pen side. A variation is on the board here. They go for the variation. Hans Neertling sends it a touch wide.
I'm not sure he collected that one as well as he would have liked to.
100%. I think he'll be highly disappointed with that one, as Pens get us underway. Ekshan with a long ball. Ekshan Manuel, trail runner, a photographer, as well as an indoor player, as it turns out. But the man's running more in Table Mountain than he is playing hockey. But it's good to see him back onto the indoor court. I'm sure Michael Baker is watching on as the lads take on each other here. Hans Neertling. Jody dispossessed. A quick free hit taken there by Coben Orion, goal scorer. Well, top goal scorer at the moment for the Pens side. Brilliant press as Western Province come away. They break out on the left-hand side here. Jody's in the circle. They're looking for to play that ball around. Great skill. stolen, and umpire says play on. As Carl keeps ball and regathers his team.
Showing his experience there at the back, just calming things down, slowing it down a little bit, letting his team set up for the outlet.
Absolutely. Hans Dietlung looking for Hans Kobenarine. Coming down this right-hand side to Mbasa. Mbasa back on ball. Exxon. Jaden. Long ball into the circle, looking for Mbasa off the board. Not quite anticipated. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, this is the day 3 of the National Men's and Women's Indoor IPT hosted here at Beaulieu College in Johannesburg. If you are in and around the area, come down and watch some exciting indoor hockey. As we also bring you the action live on the SuperSport YouTube channel. Make sure you tuned in or you come down here.
We've seen some really exciting hockey so far. Both of these teams looking for a spot in a semi-final. Yesterday, my watch told me I spent 4 hours in a high-stress zone, just being at the edge of my seat watching these games.
You must be one hell of an invested commentator, Chloe, if your watch is telling you all of those. Kobenarine on the attack. He looks for Owen, but unfortunately, just a small lift onto that pass. He'll be disappointed. That could have resulted in a 2v1 opportunity up against keeper Aiden Tun. Now onto the park as...
Great piece of individual skill there.
Brilliant defensive effort from Aiden Tun. He comes out and he's successful against Ray Bonnet. Some nice changes for the Western Province side as Idris Abdullah comes on. Heinz Netling now roaming in the circle. A great ball into Kobenarine. It's a flick from the left-hand side. And that was Ray Bonnet. Apologies. Tun. Jody. Looking for Hans. Aiden. Jody. Back to Hans here. Hans Netling down the left-hand side. Big ball being played into the almost 90-degree angle as they're looking for Carl.
Payne's looking to take this free quickly. Comes behind, just saying slow it down, set up, keep possession of the ball.
He finds Owen. Owen turns and spins. He goes into the circle. He's looking for the opportunity there, but Aiden Toon well managed as he channels him out and makes that angle smaller for him to take a shot at goal. Jody. Aiden. Back to Jody. Calm and composed. Aiden creeping up this left-hand side. Big ball into the middle of the park. Idris on the pickup. It's been an entertaining 7 minutes thus far. We're certainly in for an absolute crack of a game.
Great connections there for the Pens guys.
Absolutely easy connections from the Pens guys. Simply just moving the ball around the court as here come Western Province. And they've won themselves another penalty corner. Great effort down that right-hand side.
Pens guys looking a little bit upset with that call.
I can only imagine as the number 6 Matthew wins the penalty corner. He'll be more happy and delighted. More than capable humans at the top of the circle. They go to Jody, and he flicks hard and low. He was going up. It's taken a deflection from Exxon. Brilliant defensive effort, as that will result in a long corner.
It's a great defensive effort. That's all you want from your first wave runner. Run it down, get a touch on it, send it out wide.
Absolutely. As much as the defenders are putting in a very good shift, the goalkeepers in this tournament the goalkeeping has been outstanding, where we've seen goalkeepers saving penalty strokes and making them look so easy.
I think the overall goal scoring in general, usually in these tournaments, the top goal scorers are sitting at 10, 11, 15 even points. I think the goalkeepers are just winning this tournament.
Absolutely, Chloe. I mean, we look at our highest goal scorer currently, sitting on 6 goals at the end of day 2 as Liam Hermanus, followed closely by Hans Dietlin, who's in the province side. He's currently on the bench as Coach Bryce will look to get his troops on. They'll close off this one with just under 90 seconds to go in the first quarter. Score still tied at 0-0. No one's broken the deadlock yet. Jody, Aiden.
Pens really stepping this press up, just as they've done in every other game.
Dispossessed. Quick ball into midfield. Jody engaging Idris Abdullah. Long ball across. Great turnover. It was Mohlodi Maseko who was looking to drive down that right-hand side as we're nearing the end of the first quarter of today's game. It's the Western Province Derby. Ball across, Maseko looks for the spin and brilliantly dispossessed there as it's just about 15 seconds on the clock as they'll be happy to see this quarter out.
Ooh. Some of the guys practicing their cricket in the middle of the pitch.
Absolutely, I think that would have gone for 4 easy runs there, Jody. Brilliant shot out, mate. And that, ladies and gentlemen, brings us to the end of the first quarter between the Western Province men's side in the derby that they're playing in the inland side here. It's been an absolute cracker of a tournament thus far. Huge shout out goes to our sponsors, Spar Tops, for their massive contribution to South African hockey, particularly South African indoor hockey. Huge shout out to SuperSport for obviously bringing you this action live, as well as Coronation, Motsako, Spear, as well as the Southern Sun as a preferred accommodation partner for South African teams. Ladies and gentlemen, it's day 3. It's been an absolute pleasure sharing this live moments and exciting moments of indoor hockey with you guys, as the province guys will get us underway in the second chaka, or second quarter rather, as we're about to get underway.
I think it's also important to note that the efforts put in by all these athletes, giving up their time, funding themselves in the sport, training to be the best, and coming all the way here and putting on a show for us.
No, absolutely, Chloe. I think huge respect goes to the players, the management staff, the bus drivers, if there are any, the physios. It's quite a huge effort as Pens come down the left-hand side. They've got an opportunity, no clear line.
I think the province guys sighed a little bit of a relief with that whistle being blown out there. They looked like they were scrambling at the back a little bit.
Well, Pens will obviously look to put Western Province under pressure to see if they can obviously capitalize first and let Western Province trail the game a bit. It's obviously a hard one chasing, but more than capable humans on the court at the moment.
Pins now dropping their press out to the halfway line.
Oh, long ball across. I was looking for Idris Abdullah there in the circle, and they've managed to come away with that one. As here comes Ray Bonnet. It's a lovely spin. Umpire deems that one dangerous as Bulelani spins and tries to send that one into the circle, or into the goals rather. Big shift here, Jody. He's coming down this left-hand side. He's been quite active here. If we had a heat map, he'd be more active down this left-hand side than anywhere else on the court. Long ball. As ball comes across. Easy 1-2 down this left-hand side. Hansi looking for that 45 angle. They found it now, and unfortunately they haven't quite connected it. We're looking for that diagonal pass to just get themselves a bit of time in the circle as that striker was leading in.
Pins with a little bit of a substitution there from the sideline, keeping the legs fresh, trying to keep going, keeping momentum.
Great ball, back in. It's Coben Orion. He loves himself some goals. Back to Orion. Makes the first one, second one an attempt. It's gone far left.
Western Province Pins currently have both of their goal scorers on the field, where yesterday they only really had one on at a time.
Absolutely, as we see there, Coben Orion left unmarked in the circle. Coach Bryce will have a word or two with Jody, the skipper, to obviously ensure that man marking is tight in the circle. As Aidan Toon resumes play again. And Western Province earn themselves another penalty corner. Another opportunity to break the deadlock. A keeper change for Western Province from Zia Davids. Now Cameron Chadwick in the goals. He's also more than capable. A brilliant setup from the guys in the A side. Hans Neetling as well as Jody at the top of the circle. They go down to Jody. It's a variation. Looking for Carl to stop it for Hans.
Well defended there by the Pens men, as the umpire just has a word with the Western Province guys.
Big ball. Long ball down. It seems like this game hasn't been entertaining if you're just joining us. However, I will tell you that it's been an absolute cracker, as both teams have had an opportunity or two to break the deadlock in this Western Province derby. As the gents take a bit of time to get the long corner going. Back to Jody. Small lift. Go out to Aiden. Back to Carl. He spins. He finds Jody. It's a deflection. And my oh my, what a brilliant execution there. He came down from the right-hand side, unmarked. He was lurking in the background. And goal confirmation, goal scorer confirmation there is Viwe Mbata with an absolute stunner of a deflection into that far post.
Really well worked team goal. Pens looking to return it.
The game's on now. Iksan looking for that 45 to the top of the circle. It was looking for Mbasa. Iksan sends it out, gets it back on the right-hand side.
It looks like Pens are looking for those purposely skipped balls down the board, and their strikers are just not picking up on when they're coming through.
I think a bit of miscommunication from the guys. Not obviously leading onto the same areas. They'll obviously try to, like you say, utilize that skip pass to just dummy the Province guys as long ball into the circle. It takes a bit of a deflection from Iksan on his attempt to stop that one. And Province will have a long corner. Jody. Long ball. He finds Coburn around. He loves himself some goal scoring. He drops it there. He was looking for Owen. Owen back to Mbata. Mbata. All these guys have got filthy hands. Long ball. Coburn Orion. They go out to the back there. Dispossessed. And here comes previous goal scorer. Mbata. Iksan. Ball in.
Oh, bit of a hard go there as our player subs himself off. Feeling a little bit in his shoulder.
Well, the guys will make sure that they'll be committing quite hard into tackles. I think it's just a bit of a hockey bump, as one would call it.
Western Province goalkeeper just asking his players to step it out a little bit, hold the structure.
Coburn Orion. Orion, easy pass down the board, almost like a self pass when the guys play it onto the board. It's an amazing instrument for the indoor guys. As the middle of the park opens up nicely. It looks like there was a little lift there. As Mbasa, another lift just outside the circle. Province guys are coming down. Or the Pens guys rather, down the left-hand side, and they find Mbasa.
Just not able to control that one with a little lift off of his stick there.
He'll be disappointed with himself there. As long ball into midfield. They go down the right-hand side. It's Idris Abdullah. Composure by Mbata. Across the face of goal as an outlet. Long ball. Into the circle they go. It's taken off a deflection. And my oh my, that was Dean Carrick down the right-hand side. Man's got fast pace down this wing. Takes the deflection off. Rory Baker.
10 seconds left.
And that will be upgraded to a penalty corner. Hard, loud whistle from umpire Mark Strickett for the long barrow, where the gentleman has extended his foot, forcing the ball to not go across should he had missed that one. And that resulted in a penalty corner with just under 5 seconds to go, as we're about to witness Western Province Peninsula's first penalty corner of the game.
I think he was quite lucky to only concede a penalty corner there. Players are not allowed to intentionally use their body at all, and it can result in a yellow card.
Oh, disappointing push there from Western Province. Peninsula, they come out again, a deflection into the circle. And umpire stop time as time was elapsed in the second quarter there.
Okay, I think I can understand a little bit what's going on here. The umpire said there's still a second on the board. The ball went in and the lift off of the Western Province defender. So they're going to retake that penalty corner.
Absolutely. You see the umpires just communicating there. Obviously, the most important thing will be to get the decision right, and another opportunity for Western Province Peninsula to redeem themselves, as they've got Dean Carrick at the top of the circle, with Raif Duncan waiting for that stop, as well as Coben Orion to the left. It comes to the top of the circle. It's a variation for Orion, and it's a reward as the ball bobbles off the player there.
I think Pens are itching to get this one correct, wanting to equalize the scoreline at the end of the first half here.
Coben Orion now shifts to the top of the circle. It's Orion, and he flicks it down the bottom ball. It's gone straight in between the keeper's legs, and Western Province Peninsula equalize and go into halftime with an exciting level score in this Western Province derby. What do you make of that, Chloe?
I absolutely love it. Love excitement, love the goals. Love to see these guys giving it their all. You can see just how much it means to all of these players to be here.
Absolutely, as we see the Province side regathering inside the court, as Western Province Peninsula take a bit of a breather, go outside and go catch the brilliant altitude air up in Johannesburg. The guys would have climatized by now. Ladies and gentlemen, it's day 3. Do not go away. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to this entertaining matchup in the Western Province Derby as the A side takes on the B side. Scores are currently all level, tied at 1-1 with Coburn and Ryan adding one to his tally as he's number 2 on the top goal scorer, or number 3 rather, just after Hans Netling, and attempt there from Carl. He'll be going off for a minute.
It's really important that in indoor hockey, the ball does not get played through the defenders. It makes it quite dangerous. This ball's very hard, moves very quickly, and we want to keep all of our guys injury-free and on the court.
Absolutely, Chloe. You've played the game yourself. And Western Province Peninsula make it 2-1.
Western Province Pens men's goal scorers are just showing off in this tournament. They make it look too easy.
And that goal, ladies and gentlemen, coming from Ray Bonnet. Add on to the tally. Will the Pen side come out victorious against the A side? It's always a hassle and a tussle when the B sides play the A sides, because that's lots to prove. And they break the deadlock in the second half as Pens lead this game with 2-1.
It's really difficult for any team to play against a Pen side. I know while I played, Pens are the hardest team to play against. They just have this belief, this fire. They just never give up.
I think that should be for every team there, Chloe. Are you trying to say that here at Suddens there is a give-up mentality?
I'm not saying that. It's just different with the Pens teams.
Fair shout. You've played the sport at this level. I've only been privileged enough to only manage an assistant coach. But, you know, obviously some hockey brains. We'd also love to give a huge shout out to Josie Milena as Kyle goes in. Idris Abdullah goes to the flick. And it's a brilliant save there from Captain Davis. It's a penalty corner as our members of South African hockey, Josie Milena behind us here, as we've seen a brilliant save there from Zia Davids. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an entertaining, spectacular event here at the Indoor IPT. Stay tuned.
Don't follow his lead with everything.
Western Province. It's Hans Netling! And he goes for the flick. Brilliant save there by Zia Davids as Hansi goes down that middle of the park, goes out to Carl Idris. Carl Idris looking for the long ball. He takes it quickly into the circle. He goes.
Just not connecting up there with his strikers.
Absolutely. I don't think anyone was anticipating that move there by Jody. Jody goes, takes a quick free hit. As the guys obviously who weren't 3 will have to give him the space as the long ball gets played to the opposite side of the province D.
It has been a riveting 3 minutes just in this quarter alone.
Absolutely, Chloe. What do you think the coach said to the province guys at the halftime break? We see a lot of more aggressive sort of approach and attack as we saw earlier. Jody taking that free hit quickly, more aggressive, looking for that attack as Hans Netling comes down this right-hand side. He sends a long ball into the circle. And Zia Davids will be happy to leave that one out. Western Province applying pressure at the top of the circle here. They're happy to put down this pressure as Jody Erasmus, the skipper of the Western Province side, complimenting the guys on a very successful press as they've managed to get a turnover. And now they're in possession of the ball. He goes back to Carl. Good rotations, almost playing with a back 1 now as other guys come out and make it a back 3 shape through the likes of Netling. Carl Netling. They've got Idris Abdullah in the circle. A long ball.
I think it's really important for the Western Province guys just to stay patient, keep their head. There's so much time left here. They're feeding really good balls I think there are way more goals out there. Lots of goals still to come in this game.
Absolutely, Chloe. It seems like we've been here for longer than 5, but we've only played 5 minutes in the third quarter as Penside look to come out strong through Jaden Gideon, who's the skipper, as he goes back to Ikshan. Back to Jaden. Ikshan under pressure from Hans Neetling. Hansie would have come back from the Indoor World Cup. And a big brute by Sia Davids. But the amazing pressure there being put by Hans Neetling. It's clinical, it's precise. He manages to force the error through Ikshan and manages to win himself a penalty corner as Western Province get ready for this one. They've got the likes of Kyle as well as Heinz at the top and Jody Rasmus at the top of the circle. This one looks like it'll go to Hans Neetling. No, it does not. It goes back to Kyle. They look for the variation. And a brilliant variation there. And it comes off the side net. Idris Abdullah not quite connecting that deflection as he would have liked. Ball into midfield. Dispossessed. Big time pressure from Idris as he turns. Hans Neetling. Aiden Tun. He's a Beaulieu College old boy himself. As Hans Neetling comes on his left hand side. And Jody from the sideline. On the side of the baseline there. Looking for that long ball.
I've been a little bit disappointed with the Western Province guys' short corners this game. Doesn't seem like they're really converting them. They haven't been clinical and haven't made use of those opportunities.
Absolutely. We hear loud shouts coming from the Pens bench as Bulelani had an opportunity there to create a 1v1. Had he just slipped that ball to Mbasa, who was running down that left channel. And like you say there, Chloe, Western Province haven't been quite clinical with their PCs. They'll be disappointed if this game could finish in a result in the favor of the Prince guys. As long ball, Bulelani, oh, brilliant hands coming down this right-hand side. And a lift off the guys as Matthew tries to pull that one back in. But it goes and it bobbles up.
Oh.
Big ball. Matthew, he's going for Idris there. Matthew was looking for Idris Abdullah to connect. And unfortunately, they've missed out on that one. And Sean just making sure that the umpire's happy with the hit, where it should be. Bounce of Matthew. Bulelani.
Pens now setting up that back three for the outlet.
Jaden dispossessed by Jody. Ikshan regains possession. Long ball. It's Mbasa. He's alone in the circle. He goes back for Bulelani. And unfortunately they're dispossessed.
A big challenge there in the midfield. Province guys just coming away with that blow.
The pressure's on here for the guys. Ball out, back to Jody. Dispossessed. It's a 3-on-1 situation. Bulelani down this left-hand side. And Bulelani does not manage to control that ball into the circle. It is a 3v1 opportunity. Massive opportunity there for a goal-scoring opportunity. Ikshan, hard tackle. They come down to Matthew. Matthew trying to line it up. He goes out. And Jody back this way. And it's a penalty corner as Jaden does not manage to control that one. As Western Province will earn themselves a penalty corner here. Chloe, you were on about how Western Province haven't capitalized on their penalty corners thus far. Will they be looking to do a variation? Jody, he's got a mean flick on him. He's got the likes of Ruari at the top. And it's Jody! He sits it to the top left! for an
Great
equaliser.
flick. I think that's exactly what everyone's here to see. Great goals, great scoring. Western Province need a little bit more of that. Pens are trying to hold them out now.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what you call a venomous flick. As Jody, with the big arms, sends that ball in, and Hans Neertling. See Davids stepping out, making himself big there to protect that one from going in. It's a 2-2 scoreline at the moment. Big hands, and umpire won't be happy with that one. Sends him off for a 2-minute yellow.
That's what we touched on earlier, where the player intentionally uses their body to stop the ball. That one resulting in a yellow card.
Pens now find themselves a man down in this entertaining, exhilarating third chukker or third quarter of the game. As umpire stops time as the gents look for the ball behind the sponsorship boards, and they've managed to find it now. Exxon long ball out, dispossessed again, just under 30 seconds. It's Hans Neertling, and he flicks it down the bottom right. Hans Neertling, current national men's indoor side player who has got time, he's got accuracy, and he flicks that one past Zia Davids. He's done a lot already. It's Zia Davids, it's Hans Neertling again, and Hansie tries to line up, and that was not a clever decision, Hansie. He'll be sent off for green.
A little bit of lack of discipline on that one, just tapping the ball away after the whistle blew.
Absolutely, there was no need for Hans there to play onto the ball, but he does that, and he gets himself a green card. Discipline quite lacking from both sides. Again, we've spoken about the usage of the body on the ball, especially trying to stop the ball with the body. It's not allowed in indoor. Don't do it. The kids watching at home, please learn from these mistakes. The adults that make mistakes are also human, but please make sure you're learning, and we will be able to obviously broadcast your future in the coming years. It's been an absolute cracker. We went from 1-0 down to 1-0 to 2-1 up to 2-2 to now Western Province leading the game to 3-2. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an entertaining day of exciting indoor hockey here at Beaulieu College up in Johannesburg. We've just got 10 more minutes to go in the final quarter in this Western Province derby, where the A side are up against the B side. It promises to be an exciting 10 minutes. It's currently a 4v4 matchup as both players are a man down. Western Province Peninsula into the circle.
Tabang, what's your score prediction for the final score of this game?
I'm usually bad at predictions, but I'll say 5-4 in favor of Western Province. I do foresee Western Province scoring 2 more goals here, and a Penn side not going down without a fight. As long ball, they're looking for Mbasa. It's Jody, and he's got a penalty corner within the first 30 seconds of this last quarter. Jody trying to make sure that he uses his body to obviously protect Mbasa from coming into the circle, and Mbasa comes out victorious on that occasion as they will now set up. And could this be the equalizer? You've just asked me about predictions here, Chloe. Could this be the equalizer?
I would like to think that it is. It's also important to note that both teams have started this quarter with a guy on the side there by the tech table, serving his time.
Go for the variation. It's a brilliant stop and a brilliant save again. It's a double safety from goalkeeper Peninsula. It's another penalty corner. It's the gents from Western Province Peninsula. Only had 2 guys at the top of the circle. with the likes of Raif Duncan as well as Dean Carrick at the top of the circle.
Just on that short corner blow. Oh, that one just going wide. The defenders have to allow the striker an opportunity to pass the ball. Whether that's along the baseline or back out through the boards or any spot that the defenders choose, there the defenders were deemed just to block in that player, not allowing the ball to go through to his own teammates, which is why the umpire called that short corner.
Absolutely. Brilliant rule elaboration there from Chloe D'Souza. Soon to be Chloe Kruger.
No, stop saying that.
It's an amazing time as long ball gets sent across. Ball goes across and a small deflection. It's a brilliant circle penetration. And brilliant save there from Pomelo. Great inside out turns from the guys. As we saw Dean Carrick connecting with Raif. Hans Netlin gets dispossessed. Still manages to keep possession. As here come Hans Netlin.
Pins guys celebrating the small victories, winning the ball, giving himself a little fist pump.
Absolutely, Chloe. We can see the guys arguing amongst each other here as to, no, you should have led here, you should have led there. It's great to see the competition within the team itself, where guys are holding each other accountable for lack of better words. Accountability is quite huge in this province side.
Western Province men now set up for the long corner through their captain Jody. Two strikers high in the circle, pretty much on the keeper's goal line.
It's Hans Netlin. Service one, service two. And an unfortunate lift there from Ray Bonnet. Jody comes back to Carl. It's an easy one. Hans Netlin. It's a double save from keeper. It's a double save keeper from Cameron Chadwick. Dean Carrick spins, manages to get away there.
I think that one's just a little bit of a lack of a pre-scan, not checking where his teammate is before passing the ball. Six minutes to play here, and I think there's still lots of goals that both teams are looking to score here.
Absolutely, I think we've got a crack of a game waiting to unfold in the next 5 minutes. Idris back to Rory. Carl dispossessed by Bonnet. Idris, Abdullah, now Jody. Back to Rory. Jody spins, he goes and beats two just off the board, and it's a massive stick shield. And umpire Chad saw that from a mile away.
I think we all saw that one coming. Unfortunately, Jody did not get away with that one as umpire Chad picks it up early.
Absolutely. It's a professional protection of the ball there being used by Jody. Stick shielding. As Western Province will look to extend their lead here and sort of be in an almost comfortable position as Carl Province in a half court. So look to step up. Stepping up the platform slowly. Dispossessed. Rory, Jody, dispossessed. It's a 3-on-2 situation. Some big hands coming there from Corbin Orion.
Winning the free hit there for the Pens, guys.
Corbin Orion loves himself a goal. It's Jaden dispossessed, and here comes Carl. It's a 2v2 situation, and it's an attempt that won't last too long as Carl looks for that flick, but Cameron Chadwick had that one covered. As we'll wait on for some cloth from Auntie Cookie. Come and just wipe down this sweat.
This is real sweat.
I remember Daniel Ricciardi saying that athlete sweat in one of the Grand Prix in Formula One. But umpire Chad helping out Auntie Cookie. Thank you for your massive contribution to South African hockey, Auntie Cookie.
Players getting involved now
players
also.
Getting involved. Jaden is now the renowned cloth guy. We won't call you the mop guy. We'll call you the cloth guy. Auntie Cookie. Taking a mild jog across the court. There's Auntie Cookie ceiling. It's been an absolute entertaining 7 minutes of hockey here as we got a few more to go. Long ball in. Hans Neetling. He's dangerous from anywhere in the circle. Sends a long ball. Back to Ruari. Aiden Tun. Hansi.
Pens stepping their press higher now, looking to win over the ball. Great turnover by Pens.
It's a big turnover. It's a
Great communication there by the umpires.
absolutely umpire match ticket is giving it the other way, and quick communication between the two, and confirmation of a penalty corner. Western Province Pen side now have an opportunity here to equalize and give us an exciting 3 more minutes of hockey. Corbin Orion, goal scorer, loves himself some goals, is back at the top of the circle. He's got a stopper, Ryan Duncan. A brilliant safety from Pamelo Orion. And that one will go out. And Western Province will be relieved. You see that one off?
Western Province now looking to start through Aidenton on the long corner, looking for opportunities. Just bobbling off his stick there.
Great down this left-hand side. Forced himself into a bit of trouble. Manages to get out of it. Goes back to Iksan. Long ball. Comes off the foot there. He's looking for Owen. Brilliant stop, but unfortunately, as he tried to spin around to fire himself to go into the circle, it hits onto his foot. Hans Neetling back to Carl. Long ball across. And they found their number 11 into the circle. Is Maseko.
Some great movement here by Hans, creating new spaces in the Pens defense. So Aiden looks for the long ball, just not able to connect with his teammates.
Absolutely, with just under 90 seconds, the Pens guys have taken off the goalkeeper. They're throwing a kitchen sink at it here. Iksan goes for the long ball. They find the number 13 Red Bonnet in the circle. Dispossessed by Hans Neetling. Here comes Hans Neetling down the right-hand side. He's got a slip, and it'll be a penalty corner for Western Province. There's not much the guys could have done there. Dean Carrick disappointed in his effort, but we've seen many crazier things happen on the indoor hockey court.
For sure.
With just a little over 60 seconds to go. They've got Carl, they've got Roari, and they've got Hans Neetling at the top of the circle. There's no goalkeeper, and it's Hans Neetling. And it's dispossessed. Carl back in, and it's going in. And unfortunately, bubbles off the foot of Ray Bonnet. It is going on target. 100% the correct decision. It's a penalty stroke, as they'll get an opportunity to get their goalkeeper back in.
Yeah, because time is stopped for the penalty flick, the goalkeeper is allowed to come back on the field to take it, just as if a striker is allowed to come off from the bench to take the penalty flick.
Absolutely. And keeper selection from Pens will be the number 1, Chadwick, Cameron Chadwick, up against Hans Neetling. It's Neetling, and it's saved by Cameron Chadwick. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have a game here. Time is still stopped. Cameron Chadwick is off again. 63 seconds for Western Province Peninsula to draw back one. And Carl with the dispossession. It's a long ball. Here goes Carl. And ladies and gentlemen, Carl seals the deal for Western Province in a turnover in midfield. And here go Western Province Peninsula back into the action straight away.
How amazing have the goalkeepers been on the penalty flicks? Something in the air is just team goalkeeper.
Absolutely. It's been a stunning event for the goalkeepers as Ikshan looks to take that one quickly. And it's a penalty corner with just 20 seconds left on the clock.
I have to say I agree with the call there from the umpire. He said the defender did not make the effort to get out of the way of the free hit, causing the short corner.
Insane scenes here as Western Province have got, Peninsula side have got Ray Bonnet as well as Dean Carrick at the top of the circle. Coben around stopping duties this time. It goes to Iran. It's a flick down.
Saved on the line.
Massive save by previous goal scorer Carl. And I think Western Province have secured their place in the semi-finals of the 2025 Women and Men's IPT here at Beaulieu College. It's been an absolute cracker of a game. Chloe, what are your thoughts?
It's great to see some great hockey like that. Great goals, end-to-end action, and the best news is there's more to come. Stay tuned, next game, Southern Gauteng men versus KZN Miners.
Another exciting matchup here. We've got the host Southern Gauteng taking on the KZN Miners side. It promises to be an entertaining one as we've got some more than capable humans. Coach Julian Hawks, who's got over 100 caps for the South African men's outdoor national side, looks on his bucket hat, cool, calm and composed as you like. And we should be in for Humdinger. My name is Sabandiola, and as always, I'm not alone in the commentary box. Gulu, welcome. How are you this morning?
Hi, Zabang. It's great to be here again. Quite excited for day 3. I definitely think we're going to get spoiled here with a very competitive match, and let's see if the Miners can put a little bit of a challenge to the home side. Obviously, having home ground advantage always plays a great factor for any team, but I think the Miners yesterday definitely showed they've got a lot of grit and they're up for any challenge.
No, certainly as we get underway here, Southern Gauteng will look to obviously secure their spots in the semi-final. Western Province already secured their spot as Marvin Simmons sends it up to Liam. And it's a great attempt to go past goalkeeper Joshua Goodwin in goals.
Beaulieu on the ball, great pass back. Nice little bit of space that Miners were able to exploit there in the center of the field.
And a couple of cards as well as goal scorers coming out from the day 2. Southern Gauteng, top goal scorer after day 2, Liam Hermanus. He's had a couple of goals. He's leading the goal scoring list at the moment. He's currently sitting on that number 1 spot after day 2. A couple of cards, which I won't mention. And it's Liam Hermanus. Back to Del Piero Langford. Langford goes for the shot, and they managed to win themselves a penalty corner early on to the game here, as it promises to be a very, very entertaining game.
Question is, can Southern take a nice early lead here? We're just over a minute in, penalty corner awarded. Let's see what the end results will be here.
It's Hermanus, and he goes down, and it's a brilliant goal to extend his goal scoring tally. And Liam Hermanus breaks the deadlock, and he puts Southern Gauteng up front. Skipper there from KZN, Dylan Ferreira, dominating that midfield area as Southern Gauteng playing in their traditional yellow and navy, attacking a goal from right to left on your screens. If you're up in Johannesburg, do make sure you come down to Beaulieu College out in Kyalami area to come and witness some exciting hockey being played here. As Dylan Ferreira gets us underway, it's a 3-on-3 situation. Ryan Mann with a massive dispossession. Now it's a 3-on-2. Liam Hermanus, he's dangerous from anywhere on the park. And it's Langford. And it's a brilliant save again from Joshua Goodwin.
Beaulieu in a bit of a corner. Great stick work there. However, intercepted by Southerns.
And it's a great 1-2 yard stick there from Del Piero Langford. He's looking for Marvin Simmons, who's just unfortunately sent that one a touch wide off that right-hand side post. As Miners look to regather, they'll try and keep composure and tempo the game as they come back to Dylan Ferreira down the midfield. It's a massive long reach from Ryan Mann as he makes a brilliant tackle. He's got Travis all the way out to his left-hand side, and he goes to Travis. Del Piero Langford showing that calm experience, looking to regain the momentum and keep a good tempo and pace on the game.
Absolutely incredible how vocal the Southerns team are being. Patient as well as they look to move up the field. Good little bit of vertical progression, and the ball goes out for a long corner.
Yeah, Nkulu, it's been an absolute cracker in the past 3 minutes or so as Marvin gets dispossessed. Zamo back on the court now, ex-KZN Raiders player. It's good to have you in Sanagating, Paul. Marvin dispossesses the KZN guys. Tristan Fredericks on the park now at Denbaka. Long ball to Langford. He's very good on the spin. And he goes on the left-hand side with an attempt to goal, but does not quite manage to get that one. Tristan Fredericks, son of Alistair Fredericks. May his soul continue to rest in peace. He's done a lot for the sport as Mr. Fredericks. And we will continue praising you, sir, while we still can. His son, who's currently at Beaulieu College, number 6, Tristan Fredericks, playing in this men's side, showcasing that age is nothing but a number. We've seen the likes of Mustafa Kasim starting to play men's hockey at the age of 15, 16, and we've seen how dangerous he can be. So we look forward to the future of Tristan Fredericks in the indoor world.
Absolutely, Tabang. I think yesterday as well we saw a lot of young talents and really just shows the developments of hockey at both outdoor and indoor level in South Africa, just how it's continued to elevate.
And it's a great flick by Ethan Bigger. He beats Sizwe Mthembu, who leaped out, and Delpierre Lemford does not manage to keep that one out on that far post. He was standing just outside in case it hits his body, and not to concede a penalty stroke, but KZN minus now level with Sanagating.
Great bit of movement at the back here from Suddens. Box in, ball comes out. Looking for a bit of a realignment there. Just to do a little bit of a trough at the back. Patience is always key. Langford just trying to control the game from the back. Nice little pass off to the sideboard. Finds his man up front. Great save.
Yeah, very brilliant play there from Sanagating. Calm and composed, looking for the right areas, and they find themselves again into the opposition circle as Michael Horan beats Ethan Bigger, previous goal scorer of KZN minus, as great defense by Nicholas Ackerman down this right hand side. Sets up in a back two formation as they find Ethan Bigger on attack, and he loses out to Zamo, and it's now a 2v4 situation as Somi makes almost a body tackle onto Zamo, but umpire Groene is happy to let that one go. Dispossessed by Ryan Mann onto Delpierre's foot. Very wide back into midfield. They were looking for Tyrone Larks, who sends that ball up the board, but into no man's land. Some good, calm, composed hockey being played.
Crumples.
As we see Delpierre Langford onto the attack here.
Man to Crumples. Looking for his man up front. Back to Crumples. Great switch-up play here. Looking for the gap to exploit. Some very fancy footwork. Opportunity again.
Some great skill shown there by Marvin Simmons. He spins and he turns. He looks very nonchalant when he's playing hockey, but my man, oh man, he's got some filthy hands, does he, old Marvin Simmons?
Absolutely, Tabang. You always have to keep it 300, you know, cool, calm, and collected.
Absolutely. As we see Man and Crumples at the back. Long ball down this left-hand side. We spoke about it yesterday. Sanagating making use of this left-hand side. It's quite hard for any team to attack down the left-hand side. Reminds me of an Indian team back in 2007 with Manprat Singh as well as big likes of Mandeep. That team was quite significant in terms of attacking down the left-hand side. Quite a stacked up top of the circle here for Sanagating. They go to Hermanus. Hermanus fakes and he goes for the flick. It's Liam Hermanus who extends his goal tally. Namibian international. He's just recently come from the Indoor World Cup in Croatia not so long ago. So he'll still be booming from playing against the top sides in the world. And a free hit to Miners.
Ferreira robbed. Umpire calls on the foul there.
Langford, easy on the board.
Out to Crumples.
Marvin Hermanus! And he goes to that one, and a brilliant save there from a goalkeeper, Joshua Goodwin. Been quite dominant down his left-hand side. It allows him to flick on their strong side if they get their body positioning right. Brilliant tackle there by Marvin as it comes off Dylan's foot, but umpire reckons that first infringement wasn't good enough to win the ball. Hermanus, a big step. As we've got just under 30 seconds to go in this first chaka. What do you make of it so far, Nkulu?
Tabang, I really think this is a game with two evenly matched sides. I think Southern's definitely holding onto possession quite well, looking for the right gaps to exploit going forward, but not shy to shift possession at the back. And as we hear the hoots of sound, that's the end of the first chaka, and we are definitely in store for a lot more action.
We're back underway here in the second quarter as Sanagating lead KZN Miners with 2-1. And easy, calm and collected as you like. With a back three set up currently for Sanagating. They find Marvin Simmons on the left-hand side, on the right-hand side rather. He's quick, he's decisive. He can hurt you. Horan. Across to Simmons, back to Horan. Comes off a foot. Back to Horan. Wide ball across, and Marvin Simmons. He's very good on the turn and the spin. He goes for the flick. And it's a brilliant save there by Joshua Goodwin. Goalkeeper Tainbird still calm and relaxed on the bench. Ball in. And it goes out for a free hit as that player was set. Miners sending it back into midfield, where they've lost possession now to Marvin. He spins one. He's still going. It's Marvin. He finds Tristan.
Opportunity for Southerns. Great goalkeeping. Tries to play the ball out. A little bit of lift on the ball there.
We hear Captain Delpierre Langford shouting instructions onto Tristan to leave the ball as soon as umpires have made a call. Great captaincy there coming from Delpierre Langford. Some skill from Bigger.
Really must say the pressure that Southerns are putting on Miners here, quite aggressive, bit of a rolling ball mentality, if you'd like.
Absolutely. We saw great individual brilliance there from Tristan Fredericks as he dispossessed that ball and he carried on onto the circle, back into midfield through Tyron Larks. They find another opportunity in the circle, but brilliant save from Sizwe Mthembu. That's a great attempt there from Siyabonga Malachi as Marvin Simmons comes down this right-hand side. He goes and he's blocked at the top of the circle, and umpire Groene reckons that was a stick shield to protect the ball. Bigger. Back to Larks. Larks with a turn, brilliant turn inside out. And another stick shield there by umpire Issa. I think the umpires have been quite phenomenal in identifying some professional fouls.
It's been a great pairing at the back here by Ryan Mann and number 14, of course, Travis Crumples. As you know, it's always about link-up play, and I think the Southerns team have the right rotations going as the game progresses.
No, absolutely, Nkulu. We saw there Travis Crumples with a route one ball into the circle, looking for Delpierre Langford, and with a small error. As here comes Langford, he slips it back for Liam Amanis. Back to Langford. It's a brilliant save, and it's a penalty corner for Southern Gauteng. Man, oh man, we're in for an entertaining world-class indoor hockey here up in Johannesburg. Some great interplay in between Langford and Hermanus, and they've got a massive lineup again around the circle. The likes of Crumples and Hermanus. Langford as well at the top of the circle. And it's a poor push from Ryan Mann. Hermanus, he lines up. Hermanus looks back. He tries to drop it back to Ryan Mann for that 90-degree ball. But a brilliant defense there by KZN Miners.
Here we go again in terms of that very aggressive reverse pressure being applied by Southerns. Lucky there for Miners not to lose possession. Great skill in retaining the ball. Looking for a little bit of vertical progression here. Turnover, and the shot goes wide.
Yeah, that would have been a phenomenal assist there by Delpierre Langford. Obviously dispossessing Miners at the top of the circle. Looking for Miners just under his arm there. It would have been one good one for the highlight reel tomorrow. As Ryan Mann gets us underway, goes to Horan to Langford. Crumples, Langford. Back to Crumples.
Again, looking wide. Out to Mann. Mann plays it in. Great lead by Mann.
A great hustle and tussle there. Guys putting sticks and bodies on the line. It's a great step there from Michael Horan. They're looking to box that midfielder from Miners. You'll see in their setup, they have a narrow, quite top three setup, and they've just umpire just getting regaining order at the top of the circle. Oh, looking for that link up again through Hermanus and Delpierre Langford connecting up at the top. But back to my point earlier, Nkulu, you see the Southern Gauteng men set up with a sort of a triangular 3 at the top, looking to dispossess that midfielder. And KZN Miners playing into that pocket as much as you like. And here comes a breakaway for KZN Miners. It's a 2-on-2 situation, and they lose out that battle to Man and Crumples.
Yeah, it's bang. I think in terms of Southern's press, quite fast-paced, quite strong. However, you always have to be cautious about a counter-attack. If there's a turnover, Miners will look to exploit and try to get themselves back on the score sheets again.
No, absolutely. Man, it looked like more than 3 points on the court there. Langford, Man, Crumples, Hermanus.
Dispossessed.
Bit of confusion as the umpire signal different ways, but near umpire just sorts that one out. Langford, he sends it to the top of the roof. I don't think Joshua Goodwin moved there. Joshua Goodwin telling his defenders to make sure that they stay in line and don't stay in front of the ball as Langford rips one into the top of the net.
Absolute world-class goal there. Miners under a little bit of pressure now, 2 goals down. 3-1 the current score in favor of Southerns, the home side of course. Man to Crumples. Crumples out to Langford. Langford back to Crumples. It's just that composure at the back by Southerns that's just absolutely incredible. The way they like to switch the ball, draw out the Miners players, and then look to move the ball into the right channels.
No, absolutely. We saw there a brilliant block tackle there by Tristan Boyle, who had Hermanus lining up a venomous flick down that left-hand side, and there he is again. Oh, but that's Marvin Simmons now. Southern's quite predominant. We've mentioned this in the first quarter. Quite predominant on this left-hand side, as it allows the players to get into the circle and sort of line up for a flick that can be very venomous, as you saw earlier. And dispossessed is Ryan Man. Goes for the block tackle, and he manages to do that successfully up against Ethan Bigger. Man comes down the right-hand side. Jeppy old boy Ryan Man. Tristan Fredericks. He spins him inside and outside.
Lovely skill there. Bit of composure. All the way out back. Ngubo on the ball. Lovely ball into the center of the field. Dispossessed at the top of the D. Miners back in possession now. Ackerman on the ball. A little bit of pressure on him.
That's some great passage of play there. Southern Gauteng obviously aggressive in attack and getting opportunities, creating opportunities. And again down that left-hand side channel, it goes for the flick. It's Den Bakker, but he sends it off wide. As we've spoken about that left-hand side, and I think KZN Miners will have to be wary of it in the second half, as we've only just got 40 seconds to play here. Long ball. And
great
it's
pickup.
Sunners will be happy to see this quarter off with a 2-goal lead going into halftime. It's Langford. He spins around him. He goes and he looks for Tristan Fredericks on the other side. And
great defensive work. Ackerman out to Siabonga. You saw me on the ball, cornered in.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, will bring us to the end of the second quarter, as the teams will now have 5 minutes to regather, restructure, and just communicate on their plans to go forward in the next 20 minutes that remain in the third and fourth quarter. Southern Gauteng currently with the 2-goal lead up against KZN Miners. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back shortly. ladies and gentlemen, we're back again. As
sorry, Sabang, I couldn't help but notice a little bit of banter between you and some of the Southerns players. Obviously, being a local boy, you're familiar with them in the hockey scene. Good bit of energy here.
Absolutely. It's good banter, only positive stuff.
Crumples on the ball here.
Apologies to the KZN viewers for the Hermanus, and it's freed out. Apologies to the KZN viewers at home on the keeper confusion. We currently have number 32, Joshua Goodwin, according to the team list that I've got, in goals. We'll just get confirmation shortly, but according to my notes, that's Joshua Goodwin in goals. Tanbird played the first half. Ball across.
Lovely work there by Southerns, just moving the ball nice and swiftly, side to side, trying to draw Miners out. Crumples on the ball. Back to Langford. Umpire says play on. Crumples, back to Crumples. Incredible hands. Hand penalty, corner awarded to Southern Gauteng. Will they manage to make it 4-1 with this opportunity? Southern's number 12, Simmons, looking to inject the ball. He's got 4 options at the top of the D. What do we have in store for us here? Missed trap. And Miners are given a bit of a lifeline there with regards to that penalty corner. Sogoni on the ball. Back to Sogoni. Oh, great crossfield ball.
Your brilliant block tackle there by Travis, as Travis looks to find Liam Hermanus in the circle, trying to find Del Piero on that drop bounce pass. And again, we see that arrowhead press from Southern Gauteng. Liam Hermanus, he goes for the flick. And a brilliant save there by Joshua Goodwin.
Great interception by Oren. Great touch.
Marvin showing his acrobatic skills there.
Langford on the ball.
Langford!
Incredible goal. Saban, can you believe that? On the reverse. Absolutely marvelous.
Absolutely indeed. It comes off in between the legs of Joshua Goodwin. Will be disappointed as he's made some brilliant saves throughout this tournament. As here come Miners, as Southern Gauteng extend their lead with 4-1, and a brilliant turnover.
Captain Ferreira looking to apply pressure here on Langford. Man on the ball. Oh, great deflection there, great save. All credit to the keepers in this tournament. It's been absolutely marvelous from every single player that we've seen. Top-notch hockey, and it's really admirable. I think especially for the fans at home, for the youngsters looking to pick up indoor hockey as it continues to grow in the South African environment, we are seeing top-notch play here.
Absolutely. Ron, man. Great turnover. Southern Gauteng have been clinical in the D. As
Herrera looking to take the 16 for Miners here. Miners maybe looking a little bit rushed in their play in terms of vertical progression, trying to push up the field maybe a little too early.
I think they'll be looking to try and keep a bit more possession and obviously build through the phases and allow themselves an opportunity to break the Sanagating press and lines as well, to try and get themselves into the attacking circle. As we see great movement from the front two of Sanagating. Del Piero holding that middle position. Then Bakker, he goes to Fredericks, and it will go out for a long corner there.
Ngubo on the ball here. Looks to play it to man. Great ball out to Langford. Langford with some fancy hands. A flick. Great save. Man back. Attempting the little arc on the baseline run there. Ball just manages to slip away, and Miners fortunate to get a 16 there.
Oh, brilliant execution again. We saw Ryan Mann obviously stepping hard and aggressive as Miners now have a free hit. It goes to Langford. He's dangerous down this right-hand side. As a bit of banter comes from the Sanagating bench, as Del Piero played that one off the board, and he was hoping that Tristan would read his pass.
Man on the ball. Out to Ngubo. Great block there by Ackerman, but Ngubo manages to tackle. Ackerman again, absolutely phenomenal. That relentless pressure again by Southerns, really putting Miners under pressure here. Another turnover. Langford looks for another one. Absolutely phenomenal save there by Joshua Goodwin.
Yeah, it's insane stuff. Great passage of play there in between Fredericks and Langford. Combining, connecting, and Joshua Goodwin making a brilliant double save. Long ball in.
Great defensive work here by Miners.
Again, Sanagating with that box in the middle of the park. As Sia Malachi.
Msomi on the ball now. Looks for Ackerman. Ackerman back to Msomi. Oh, the ball manages to find its way through. Penalty corner awarded to KZN Miners. Can they capitalize here? Try reduce the deficit and stay in the game.
Yeah, Tyron Larks there with a great turn and ball into Zamo's foot to a set. He will be disappointed if he sees that one on the highlight reels. But,
where do you anticipate this one going, Tabang? We've got 3 at the top of the D. Do you go for the short option? Do you go top D?
I mean, you've got a capable goalkeeper in Sizwe. I think the guys will probably look for variation. Probably a back to pusher here, and it goes to the top of the castle. And again, Sizwe stepping out hard and aggressive with a double save, making it look very easy as he closed down that angle quite hard and aggressive. Lost opportunity there for Miners.
Boyle on the ball.
Hermanus. And a great block tackle there by Michael Horan. It's a 3-on-2. Hermanus! And oh my word!
Can you believe it? Can you believe
Joshua
it?
Goodwin! It goes in between! It goes in between his hands and his shoulder. My oh my! That's a venomous flick down the right-hand side by Liam Hermanus. Clocking faster paces than Lewis Hamilton's new Ferrari. As here comes Marvin Simmons! And it's a great defensive effort again there from KZN Miners. And the gents were quite hard and aggressive there. But back to Liam Hermanus' pace on that flick. I don't think Lewis Hamilton can drive faster in a Ferrari than that flick.
Look, that will definitely be on the highlight reel. Definitely get a couple of head spinning. Absolutely fantastic.
A great step there. It's Hermanus. Great block tackle there by Sihle. Hermanus again on the left-hand side and a deflection from Simmons. But a brilliant double save there from Joshua Goodwin. Ball in. Simmons. He spins one, he spins two. It's going on target. But Ethan Bigger, skipper of the KZN minus side, was in a sight of danger, in the line of danger there. And a brilliant turnover by Mann.
Boy looking to play into space. Squanny steps up. Unfortunately, ball goes out of play.
Traverse, a forced error. Ball down the right-hand side. It's Sizwe.
Most unfortunate. Great attempt there.
Oh,
the pace of this game is just something else.
Yeah, it's been exhilarating fun here, as we saw skipper there at Dylan.
Crumples
down that right-hand side.
Out to Horan, back to Crumples. Great turn there by Marvin Simmons. Ball out to Mann. Mann with the flick. And the ball just goes wide. And as we have it at the end of the third quarter, Southern Gauteng leading KZN Miners 5-1.
Absolutely insane scenes here as the host lead by 4 goals going into the last quarter. Obviously, they're looking to secure their spots in the semi-final. It's been an absolute humdinger game as both coaches will now reconvene just to get the guys some new instructions for the final and fourth quarter, more particularly from the minor side. They'll be looking to obviously try and keep more possession and not allow Southern Gauteng to creep in and obviously turn over ball in high and dangerous areas. And you can see Southern Gauteng already up for it. They're going back to set up for play, while KZN Miners are still having final conversations and final instructions. It promises to be an entertaining 10 minutes in that last and remaining quarter, as the teams are now getting back into the shape of things, as both teams will look to give us an entertaining
Govender with the reset there for
minutes.
us.
Again, very casual there from, extremely casual from KZN Miners.
Well, Tyron Locks with the unforced error there. I think he was looking to release the ball quite quickly. Unfortunately, ball just slipped under the stick. Sims on ball, Langford. Back out to Crumples. Crumples out to Horan. Horan across. And the ball just goes out of play, just out of the reach of Marvin Simmons there, off the sideboard.
Oh, it's been great, some great diagonal play from the southern side, going from left to right and just shifting KZN Minus' defense. As long ball gets sent into the circle, Sizwe, he manages to block that one. A brilliant effort there by Vishan Govender, who was trying to get that roundhouse flick around Sizwe.
Simmons. Lovely run. Penalty corner awarded to Southern Gauteng.
Oh, some great transitional play, end-to-end action. Ball coming out from Sizwe Mthembu, and it's now down this right-hand side as Southern Gauteng have got a particular lineup here. It goes to Horan, and unfortunately does not quite manage to stop that one. Looking to extend, obviously, and force the defenders to go one side. Look for the variation. Again, Tyron Locks
put under immense pressure there in the center. Simmons. Wonderful save there by Joshua Goodwin.
Oh, some great play from Southerns. They're looking to soak in that...
wave after wave here by Southerns.
Absolutely. Southerns firing it up at the moment. blocking Larks in midfield and making sure that he doesn't get away with too much possession down this midfield. And again, we see that aggressive step. And again, another turnover quite high up. And it's Hermanus! And he goes for the flick. And another brilliant save from Joshua Goodwin.
Lovely crossfield ball there by Bigger. Larks on the ball now. Can he make something of it? Plays it in, lovely stop by Horan. Larks still there, just applying a little bit of pressure, trying to keep him there. Turnover by KZN Miners. Langford looking to play the ball quickly here.
Hermanus just looking for that back pass onto Simmons down this far right. A 4v3 opportunity. Not capitalized by Southern Gauteng, but they lead the game with 4 goals. The 4-goal lead. And a long ball into the circle, goes out for a 60-yard hit.
Horan on the restart there with the 16. Horan out to Lang. Simmons, sorry. Back to Crumples. Penalty corner awarded. Ackerman quite unfortunate there to have conceded that. I think he's feeling a little bit aggrieved. Did seem was a bit of a body check on him there.
Absolutely. I think Den Bakker knew exactly what he was doing there, throwing his body onto the line with the 2 defenders in between him. It was definitely going to result in a very loud whistle and a penalty corner. So I think it's a spot-on decision by the umpires. Umpires have been phenomenal this tournament. So thank you for their contributions as well. They've taken time out of their lives and families to obviously be and officiate games. So a massive shout-out goes to the umpires. It's a hard task officiating this fast, exhilarating game.
As well as our tech table officials, I think, also very crucial part to keep the game running efficiently. Bit of pressure here for Miners. Across the goal.
A bit of a casual penalty corner by Southern Gauteng, as they obviously not managing to score there. But Den Bakker now, Ngubo, long ball in, looking for Crumples. Comfortably in the lead with just under 6 minutes to play here. Southern Gauteng with a 5-1.
Ackerman Sabega.
It's Simmons. Goes around the board. Simmons, and a brilliant save there by Joshua Goodwin. It's amazing how quickly things can go around here from left to right. Man, Ngubo. Man. Ngubo. Man.
Back to man. Lovely interception there by the Miners captain. Unfortunately, man manages to retain possession. Shot on target. Goes out for a long corner. Southern Gauteng really in the driving seat here. I think when confidence is this high, it's very hard to really stand up to such a side.
No, absolutely. I think also just the composure from the Southern's guys, shifting through the lines again. You see them moving the ball around consistently, moving the KZN Miners defense. As
Sugoni to Ackerman. Oh, lovely leave.
the sideboard. Simmons now. Marvin Simmons, great hands all game. Ngubo, back to Simmons.
And it's as calm, as cool, as collected as you like. Tristan Fredericks is hanging around that P-spot area, unmarked. And Marvin Simmons sends him the right one, sends him the right pass, and he just makes an effortless deflection into goals.
That little deft touch there, just very Messi-esque, if you will.
This is what KZN Miners would have been looking for. Some great movement on the ball. I've managed now to move the ball through 4 or 5 passes before going out, and that seemed like a more constructive attack from their side, as we've just got under 3 minutes to go in this final quarter. Southern Gauteng well in the driving seat as they lead this game by 6 goals to 1.
Great link-up play between Mann and Ngubo here. Out to Langford, back to Mann. Langford, Mann, just pass after pass. Langford with a lovely turn, gaining a little bit of ground. And I believe that's the first card of the game that we're seeing awarded to Langford, Southern's captain.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's been a great show of discipline from both sides. Not getting any cards, but Langford there unfortunate with these infamous spinners. Here comes Tristan Fredericks. He's very good on his hands. He can spin, he can turn people inside out. As long ball.
Miners obviously looking to take advantage of this time with one player up.
Oh, Southern Gauteng just in a default back 4 formation, sort of boxing into the circle there. As this should be an entertaining class.
Mann to Ngubo, back to Mann. Miners now applying a bit more pressure. Southern's back up to full side on court. Langford looking to be a point of attack up front here.
Yeah, Bigger just looking for that board pass there. As Den Bakker aggressively in there. Umpire Groener is warning the guys to keep their benches calm. It's
a error there by Bigger. Southern's with the free head just outside the D. Dylan Ferreira on the ball now as Miners look to counter. Pass goes just wide. Ngubo on the ball.
Certainly lifted over Masuli's stick there.
30 seconds remaining. Can Miners just try pull one more goal back? Just get their confidence high for any other games they may have in this tournament.
Zamo looking for that long ball on the exit. Loses out.
Ferreira just possessed. Counter Ryan Mann on the ball. Great little touch.
It's an advantage, and it'll definitely end in a
corner.
Penalty corner there as Ryan Mann. He's very good at his body swerves. Knows how to put his body on the line so that he can force the error from the defender. Can Southern Gauteng just give us another exciting finish as this game comes to an end with 6 seconds to go.
Strong number of options here.
It's Langford skip pass. But a little bit of an infringement on Ryan Mann by Masuli. I don't think it was intentional. I think the guy was just coming in for very aggressive, strong defense as Southern Gauteng take that game by 6-1. It's been, I think they've secured their spot now in the semi-finals as KZN Miners control the hosting side by 6-1.
Thanks, Tabang. It's been lovely being here with you. And to the ladies and gents at home, hope you stay tuned and keep enjoying the hockey on display here.
Welcome back to day 3 of the Indoor IPT tournament happening here in Johannesburg at Beaulieu College. We are looking at the first of the playoff games for the ladies, playing for positions 5 to 8. It is Western Province Pens versus the Northwest. Pens in their traditional sky blue strip and the Northwest in their traditional red strip. Again, I'm not here alone. I do have a fellow co-commentator here in the box. What are your thoughts for this game?
Thanks, Chloe. I think we're in for an exciting one here with Western Province Pens. I've seen some good things all week, so I'm excited for this one.
It is promising to be a good one. The Pens have won a game in their pool stages, sitting third in their pool, where Northwest unfortunately have not come away from a victory. They have had a 0-0 draw to the Southern Gauteng Vitsies, and they are sitting fourth in their pool. I think it's important here, Northwest have not scored a goal this tournament. And the only way you win games is by scoring goals. So I'd like them to be more clinical in the circle, finishing, and actually coming away with the W here.
I couldn't agree with you more there, Chloe. I think that they may have had a rough start, but coming into this, you can see that they're hungry, and I think we're going to see a couple of quick goals from them.
Both teams just having a final word together in the middle of the field. The umpires check the alignment of the goal boxes as we wait to get underway here. Couple of players to keep your eyes on. Number 5 from the Western Province Pens, Jody Blows, has been amazing team this week. On the Northwest side, both sisters, the DeWitt sisters, have really controlled their team, really controlled the game, and will be looking to make a difference in this one.
Waiting for the final whistle to go, and we're off.
Western Province Pens opting to start with the press, as they have in every game so far. Kirsty Adams on the ball to DeWitt.
Some good skill there by Western Province.
Good turnover there by Northwest. Looking to move forward now.
Northwest with some good connections.
Keeping the ball, keeping position, staying patient. Great turnover by Pens. Unable to keep the ball.
Great attempt.
Great clearance by the Pens goalkeeper there also.
Short corner.
Pens looking to get on the scoreboard early here with the first short corner of this game.
This is exactly where Northwest doesn't want to be right now, Chloe.
Yeah.
An early goal can be damaging to the confidence. They'll hope to get it out here.
Little bit of a missed push there. Pens keeping position, looking for a way in. Finds Jody. And winning another short corner.
short corner.
Western Province pins number 19, Tanya Peters, on top of the circle, currently second in the lead for the top goal scorer award in this tournament. Narrowly missing the post there.
Western Province setting up the press. They'll look to regain the ball here.
This Penn side really likes to press high, win the ball high up in the field, and get early possession, turnover ball.
Some good movement now. Western Province ball. Some good skill there. Oh, short corner, Western Province.
Number 13 from Penn's, Gradwell, really showing off there, being a great utility player in this first quarter so far for the Western Province Pens. Setting up on the conventional side for indoor. For outdoor, that happens to be the unconventional side. Setting up with 3 great flickers on the top of the circle for the Pens. Michelle Winter, Jody blows it, goes to Tanya Peters, back to the pusher.
Great bit of defense there from Northwest. Chloe, tell us, if you are Northwest right now, what are you thinking? What are you doing?
I'm a striker through and through. It's scoring goals. It's all about scoring goals, getting a goal early, finding yourself in good positions, high up in the field, and keeping ball possession. Kirsty Adams at the back there for Northwest, showing her experience.
Great ball there by Northwest.
Well defended there by the Pens player, moving forward in the field.
Quick counter
using
attack.
The board. Just playing it into the set stick of the Northwest defender there. Out to Kirsty Adams, DeVet. DeVet looking for the long ball, not connecting to Tara Mayberg up front. Jody Blows just calming it down for her team.
Western Province getting some fresh legs in there.
Great strike there by Taylor Martin. Northwest looking for early counter-attacker, keeping position, winning themselves a free hit. DeVet.
Some good set movements here by Northwest.
Pens captain Chelsea Jeffrey getting a little touch on that one, sending the Northwest defenders deep into their own half. Good little piece of individual skill shown there by Northwest, winning the free hit for a team.
Still some very good pressing there by Western Province, and they counter. Great skill.
Mayberg with some individual skill going through.
Short corner.
Winning the short corner. Northwest still looking for their first goal of the tournament. Now would be as good of a time as any.
I tell you something, they need to capitalize right here.
For sure. Maybe on the push. Kirsty Adams sitting up on top of the circle.
Second chance for Northwest.
Oh, Kirsty's going to be a little bit upset with that one. The flick not coming off the way she intended it to. Turnover ball. Northwest doing some substitutions, keeping their legs fresh. Jody Blows being so good in defense for a team. Good little piece of skill there shown by DeVette. Turnover ball.
Western Province on the attack. Good movement, Western Province.
Good ball. Western Province just not setting up that outlet with their strikers high in the circle. In indoor, the court is so small. You really have to stretch it as much as you can. I think both teams need to keep the ball a bit longer, hold on to possession, find good connections and not give the ball away so easily.
I think playing from the back line, there needs to be a little bit more calmness. A lot of rush play, I agree with you, Chloe.
2v2 situation. Looking for Michelle Winters, doesn't quite find her. Winning the penalty corner. I think Jody Blows there is asking for the penalty flick. Can't hurt to ask.
Never hurts to ask. Western Province will look to take the lead with this one.
Well defended by the Northwest.
Northwest ball. They're off. Oh.
Pins pressure, putting pressure on the Northwest defenders. They're in the circle. Winning her team a long corner.
This Northwest press, this Western Province press has been quite clinical.
They've pressed high all week, looking to win the balls in those high zones. And it's really worked for them this far.
Northwest here with a chance.
Umpire just calling 3 points there, again in indoor. You can't have more than 2 points touching the ground at any time. That was a great opportunity for Northwest. I think they're going to be kicking themselves that they didn't convert that one.
Again, this is not what you want to be doing from the back line. You want calm, controlled passes, time on the ball. Especially with a strong press that's coming from Western Province at the moment. Short corner.
A great little piece of skill there by Hannah Henderson, winning her team the short corner. Maybe a little bit of impatience from that Northwest defender, rushing in, making an unnecessary tackle in that area. Pens really need to convert this one. 1 minute left of this first quarter. And I think it's been mostly Pens here on attack. They haven't made use of their short corners.
As you show up, Pens go up.
Ruby finds the back of the net. She is also one of Penn's top goal scorers for this tournament. Just over 30 seconds left of this first quarter. Turnover ball. Northwest player just not connecting to her partner she would have liked to there. And with that, that is the first quarter of this game finished. Western Province Pens lead 1-0. As we're about to get underway again in the second quarter of this playoff game, playing for positions 5th to 8th place, Pens lead against Northwest 1-0. Northwest still looking for their first game of the tournament, have had a couple opportunities and just not able to put them away.
And during that break, Chloe, if you are the Northwest coach, what is it that you say to your players to get them hyped up, inspired, going into this second quarter?
I'm not really good at inspiring people, but I think I would tell them just to keep their discipline, keep going. They've had their opportunities and they're all good enough players to be able to win this match. Taylor Martin with the ball in the circle. Well defended by DeWet. Kirsty Adams to DeWet, looking for the long ball.
Northwest with a possible chance. Northwest ball.
Kirsty Adams looks for the ball on the line.
They'll look to make something happen. Oh, and as we say that, turnover.
Gradwell looking to start the ball for the Penn side. Back to Gradwell. Down the line. And Beaulieu there from Western Province Pens, just not timing her step there correctly, causing the Northwest player just to fall. A little
Good
bit
recovery.
of anti-skill there from the Northwest, getting past that player. Looking on the attack now, well defended by Gradwell.
Northwest on the counter here.
And Beaulieu opting to slow it down, keep possession.
This is exactly what you want to see from your back line.
I think we need a little bit more shifting from the Pens players, standing a little bit too static. You won't really find connections with a static ball like that. The vet doing well to defend that counter. Adams. Taylor Martin with the interception. Great steal by Gradwell. Recycling the ball out to Peters, looking for the long ball. Just with 3 points on the ground again. Taylor Martin not being able to get a stick to that one.
I think Northwest definitely need to try to keep possession a little bit more. At this point, they're kind of giving it away to Western Province.
I think they need to find more rotations, find their players, work on a shorter pass rather than looking for those long balls through.
Completely agree. It almost feels rushed from Northwest at this point.
I think if I were on day 3 of an IPT and not having scored a goal, I would feel a little bit panicked. I would feel rushed. So I can understand where those players are coming from. Although it's probably not going to help them. Blows, connects to captain. Great ball by Chelsea Jeffrey. Henderson. Out to Blows. Looks for the long ball. Can she find Ruby? Great work by the Western Province attacker. Just not getting that flick off. Good patience there by the Northwest defender. Northwest really just need to keep the ball now. She's done well, sucking all the players in.
Here we go.
Umpire deeming that ball just to have lifted a little bit.
Western Province on the counter-attack now.
A little bit over halfway left of this second quarter. As the umpire deems that pass with a lift on it. Jody Blows drives the ball forward. Looks for the shot just past the post there. Jody Blows has had an exceptional tournament for this Pens team. She's really held it together. Shows a lot of composure at the back and some great skills moving forward. Those are the type of balls I think the Northwest need to avoid. Giving away possession too often in those zones.
I think try to get into a couple more set plays for them. Kind of feels like it's just freestyle movement at this point.
I think on their outlet, their midfield player often opts to stand wide rather than holding that middle zone of the field, which makes him struggle to find a pass there. Captain Jeffrey looking for a ball through, just not finding anyone on the end of that one. Kirsty Adams on the ball. DeWitt looks for that long ball again. Winning the free hit on that one. Good little piece of skill there by Henderson. Unfortunately not able to hold on to possession.
Western Province with the counter now. They're off. Oh.
Just a little bit of obstruction there as a Western Province player tried to get out the way, blocking the Northwest defender from the ball.
Good
almost like
touch
Northwest could hear me. They put a player in that zone in the middle, found an outlet. A little bit of ill discipline there from Northwest, picking up the card for playing the ball dangerously into the Western Province defender.
In a game like this, you have to keep your composure. Remember your discipline.
For sure, this is an important game. These are the knockout stages of the tournament. You don't want to leave your team playing man down. Now more than ever, it will be important for Northwest to keep possession of the ball as they have one less number on the field. Can they attack?
important to remember that Northwest are only 1 goal down. A single goal will put them back into this game.
Just not able to get on the end of that one. And Gradwell will restart with a 16 for the Western Province Pens. Just shifting the ball away, waiting for an opportunity, not coming off as well as Flowers would have liked there. Umpire asking her not to hit the ball away after the whistle blows. Great interception by Mbali. Looking for a connection. Northwest back to numbers.
Northwest with a counter.
The ball away there.
They really need to make something happen here.
Umpire deeming that a slap. Really important to note for those watching at home. Indoor is different to outdoor. You're not allowed to slap or hit the ball, only allowed to push or flick towards goals. I think they call it the 30 centimeter rule, where if your stick moves behind the ball more than 30 centimeters, it's deemed a hit. Great ball.
Turnover, that will be Northwest ball.
Abrams from Northwest, really patient in defense there, waiting for the strikers to make the error, winning the ball for a team. David. Great tackle by Ruby Cross.
Western
Gradwell.
Province set up. So calm in their back line.
Just not able to keep that one in the field of play. Abrams on the ball. David. Ruby moving the ball forward quickly for her team on the counter-attack situation. Abrams.
Turnover, that will be Northwest ball.
10 seconds remaining on the scoreboard for this half. Northwest looking for an outcome. Just not finding a connection with that. Western Province move into the lead, stay in the lead at the halftime of this final game. and pushback. Northwest starts us off for the second half of this playoff match. Northwest trail by 1.
I think Northwest really need to turn it on in the second half. Establish some good secure passes.
Can they find a counter-attack here? Looking for an outcome. Just not able to control that ball. I think I'd like to take a moment to thank all of our sponsors who make tournaments like this happen. Everyone involved is so grateful. Players, umpires, tick table, everybody. Gradwell on attack. Mbali.
Good bit of defense there by Northwest.
Debate. Comms coming through from the other Western Province players telling her no tackle, finding a hole, great bit of skill.
A little bit
there.
of great movement there from Northwest. Ingenuity on that.
Kirsty Adams. David. Keeps possession.
This is a wonderful location to host a tournament. A big thank you to all of our sponsors once again. Western Province.
Pass not coming off as well as she would have liked it to. David on the ball for Northwest. Moberg out to David. Pins really stepping that press high. Adams beating it. Looking for a pass. Just not getting on it. Fumbling a little bit.
Short corner, Western Province.
A little bit of poor discipline there from the Northwest again. Not giving that player 3 yards on her free hit. And giving away the short corner.
They'll look to query this. Oh, it looks like the umpire's decision is going to stand. Northwest will not get a chance to turn this over.
Ruby.
Clinical.
Absolutely slotted. What a finish. What a flick. That gives Pens a 2-0 lead over Northwest. Northwest still looking for their first goal of the tournament. Now would be as good of a time as any.
Northwest can't afford to have their heads drop at this point. They're only 2 goals behind. They can still bring it back. Plenty of hockey left.
2v2 situation for Northwest. Great ball through from David. Not able to find Mayberg up front. Chelsea Jeffrey driving the ball forward. 4 pins. Just losing control. Ball sliding over the baseline as Northwest will set up for a 16. Pins looking to step up with that press on the second phase. David to her sister, Mayberg. Great ball across.
This could be a chance.
Just not getting that shot off the way should have liked to. Missing the goal box as Pens now will set up with the 16 again. Kirsty Adams on the turnover. Showing her experience, her composure.
Northwest really need to take a little bit more care when they're inside of Western Province's D. Take the opportunities when they come.
I agree. I think they're giving the ball away a little bit too easily in their attacking half.
Oh, umpire will reach into her pocket for this, and it will be a green for Northwest.
Northwest just losing discipline there again. Will be a player down for a minute while they sit with a green card.
You know, I think we've seen it in all forms of the game, Chloe. You go down 2, a little bit frustrated, emotions take over.
Great ball through by Jody Blows, just not connecting to strikers in the circle. Now it's really important for Northwest to slow it down, keep possession while they wait for their player to get back on the field. De Wet. Looking for a sister. Great turn. Great tackle by Jody Blows. Finds her captain.
Western Province. Turnover, that will be Northwest ball.
Northwest looking to take this one quickly, drives into the press of Western Province. Adams on the ball. De Wet. Adams.
This press has worked so well for Western Province all week.
And it's worked so well all week.
As we say that, the umpire reaches and a green for Province.
Northwest now with the opportunity to have a numerical advantage over Northwest. They'd like to use this opportunity to score. Should make it easier for them to make these connections.
Being a man down in indoor is quite different to outdoor. I feel because the field is smaller, it's a lot easier to capitalize on those little gaps, create little options, and in a second you can turn over the game.
100%, as each team only normally has 6 players on the field.
And as we say that, query.
They disallow that goal, saying the striker had 3 points while she touched the ball.
So disheartening for Northwest, but now they know they are capable of getting the goal.
I see some of the umpires who are sitting up next to us here agreeing, nodding their heads in agreement with that blow.
Northwest looking hungry now.
Umpire asking Kirsty Adams to take it back, make sure the ball is stationary before you play the free hit. Western Province back to numbers. Great step there by Henderson. Winning the ball for a team. Henderson. 2 blows. Back to Henderson. Just not able to control that one.
Turnover now. Northwest ball.
Great turnover by Taylor Martin. Not able to keep possession. Northwest look for an opportunity to attack. Great piece of individual skill to Kirsty Adams.
It just seems like Northwest never have a man in the middle when they need one.
100% agree. Kirsty Adams showing her experience, showing her skill, winning the short corner for Northwest.
Golden opportunity for them now.
Yeah, just under 3 minutes to play in this quarter. Northwest setting up with Kirsty Adams on top of the circle. She had a missed flick earlier, she'd really like a redemption. And the push not coming out well.
I think Northwest are starting to feel the pressure.
I agree with you.
It's exactly what you don't want at this time. Some fresh legs for Northwest now. They'll hope to make a quick impact here.
I think if I were the Northwest coach right now, I'd be looking at their press, saying our strikers are too far apart, we're not pressing as a unit.
Completely agree. But let's take a different approach. So if you were the Western Province coach at this time, what are you saying to your ladies? What are you thinking right now? What is the next move?
Use that middle player. Use her because the Northwest press is so wide. Move the ball. Save the legs a little bit. Don't rush things. Just keep possession.
I think in of that, Western Province can afford to create a 2v1s and 3v2s quite easily, as we've seen throughout the game.
100% agree with you. Northwest are constantly looking for the quick free hit, looking for the counter-attacks. I think counter-defense would be a great idea, making sure there's always somebody ready for the tackle in the back there from Western Province. They don't need to commit numbers. Just not connecting. Umpire almost getting a stick to the face there.
Again, Western Province with their typical setup.
Great,
Good press.
great
and
individual
a
skill.
turn.
Just not keeping the ball on the court. Western Province now on the counter. Kirsty Adams showing her experience. Just under a minute to play. Northwest looking for another opportunity.
If I'm Northwest right now, I am just taking care of the ball, creating those set plays. Move the ball up and down. The gaps will come.
I think also it's important for the Northwest strikers to get higher. That's a good receiving zone. That ball went to a good spot. I would, as a striker, would love to receive the ball high in those circles like that.
I absolutely agree with you.
Just under 20 seconds.
It seems like Northwest have a half-court press going on.
It does seem like they've dropped their press out entirely.
To me, that just screams we're under pressure, and that's exactly what you don't want to give to the opposition. Don't let them know that you are feeling the pressure.
I agree. There's 10 minutes left of this game. Western Province Pens still lead 2-0. Northwest need to make something happen. Of this match, Northwest trailing by 2 goals to the Western Province Pens.
It's important to note that this is a playoff game.
Umpire saying nobody around, telling her to play on. Abrams on the ball.
That'll be a Northwest ball.
Abrams, DeWitt. Back out to Abrams. DeWitt. Both teams missing that one. Great composure from Ruby Cross at the back there. Peters. Bradwell. Finds Michelle Winter. Turnover ball. Northwest looking to attack, finding the foot. Northwest are still looking for their first goal of the tournament. Will this be it?
You could see the Northwest coach was quite pleased with that. This could be their chance. It's only 2-0. 1 goal and they're back in it. That might just be the spark that Northwest need to get back into this game in the final 9 minutes.
Again, the push not coming out very well. Not sure what happened there. Goalkeeper doing well to get a stick on that one, making a save.
Western Province sticking to their basics, getting down there. Defense is doing a great job for Western Province right now. Making sure to keep... Oh! And with that, Northwest are awarded a short corner.
Little bit of desperation showed there as Myberg turned around to the bench saying, I don't know what to do anymore. The ball is not coming out the way she's expecting it to.
Up until that point, Western Province were doing just fine with their basics. They were down low, stick was flat. They were in a great position. There was no need for them to lose their heads there. Pressure now. Short corner awarded to Northwest.
Northwest asking for the stroke.
A little bit of confusion out there on the field.
Gradwell from Western Province getting a card.
A lot of different voices in there.
Yeah, everyone's got something to say. The Western Province coach stands with his hands on his hips, disappointed with that call. And Myburg with Northwest's first goal of the tournament. They had ample opportunity there, needed the conversion.
Great moment for Northwest.
Pens opting to press again, or not, they man down. I forgot they were man down there. Northwest coach telling their players to walk it up, gain some yards.
Score is now 2-1, and you can just feel there's a little bit more energy coming from the Northwest camp all of a sudden. They are feeling hyped. They have got that second breath.
Well, now they know they can score. Jody Blows just relieving some pressure from their teammates at the back there, asking Northwest to try again.
You love to see this in the last 7 or 8 minutes of a game. One goal brings them back, and now we have a game. Good movement.
Hard yards by Western Province now as they are still man down. Out to the vet.
This is where Northwest need to take care. Keep the ball moving, do what they've been doing.
Calder.
Create those gaps. Right outside the D. Good movement. Oh!
Great save by the goalkeeper.
Northwest still have the ball. I tell you, when your stick is down like that, it is so difficult to get movement as an offensive player.
Western Province back to numbers.
Great little touch there from Northwest.
Just losing the ball over the baseline.
Western Province with the change.
6 minutes to play. Kirsty Adams turns over.
Clever
Great
lead
composure there by Jody Blows. Northwest stepping up their press there, winning the turnover, just not keeping possession. Unforced error there in the midfield by Michelle Winter. Adams out to the vet.
Good movement there by Northwest.
Peters. Good use of the board there by Peters. Great challenge by the vet.
She's had a great game so far.
Yep. Kirsty Adams.
It's all to play for in this game. With just 4.5 minutes left.
Looking to make a connection with Normsa. Goalkeeper getting a touch on it. Northwest will restart with a long corner. Normsa just not getting a connection there with the vet. Great outlet from Western Province. Just not making a connection going forward. I think Northwest have really dominated this quarter.
Question on everyone's mind, Chloe, is it too late?
It's never too late in this game. We've seen wilder things happen. It's only over when that last whistle blows.
Game's not over till it's over.
Great skill there by De Wit.
Turnover, that will be Northwest ball.
Jody blows on the ball. Finds Henderson. Western Province really need to use this time to find connections, move forward, get the ball out of their defensive half. Great bit of individual skill by Jody Blows. Finds Henderson. De Wit. Mayberg.
Chance here, and suddenly Northwest are back in this game.
The Northwest bench erupts. Shanae De Wit with the final touch on that one. Getting the deflection.
Just look at the Northwest coach. He is hyped. He is ready. He's telling his ladies, we are back in this. Oh.
I think this would be an entirely different game if Northwest pressed like this from the get-go. They play really good press when they step it up, not when they hang it out.
100% agree with you.
Jody Blows looking for the long ball. Connects with Mbali. Looking for a pass.
Western Province just suddenly feeling the pressure. This is a first for them all game. From being 2-0 up to 2-1, and suddenly the game is tied.
I think we're all very familiar with the 2-0 trap. We've all been on either side of it. Western Province captain there, Chelsea Jeffrey, showing her disappointment with that blow.
I can tell you now, this is where Western Province have to dig deep and find that extra gear. Keep your composure, keep your discipline, find each other on the field.
Northwest looking for an opportunity to attack again. Just under 90 seconds to play in this game.
Anything can happen. Suddenly Northwest have this great movement. They're just finding each other.
Just not connecting there. Northwest will restart with the 16. I'd like to see Western Province step their press high as they've been doing all tournament. The legs are tired. The altitude is showing.
Final 50 seconds.
Great turnover by Taylor Martin, looking for a pass.
Counter-attack.
Great composure.
Short corner, Northwest. Do you believe in miracles, Chloe? 30 seconds left on the clock. And Northwest with a golden, I say golden opportunity. This would be a Cinderella story for them here today. From having no goals this entire tournament to potentially winning the game in the final 30 seconds.
Northwest have absolutely dominated this final quarter. Western Province bench all sitting with their hands above their heads in disbelief. Great defense there. Saved on the line by Henderson.
That was a must-win point of defense for Western Province. We're in the final 15 seconds here.
Ten seconds to remain. Northwest on the ball. That is the final hooter here. With that, full time of the game, 2 goals to 2 goals. Western Province pens. Northwest coming back there by trailing by 2 goals. It looks like we might be going to a shootout.
I said it before, all it takes is that one goal to reignite that spark and you are back in it.
Chelsea Jeffrey just having a chat with her team there, making decisions. I am at the edge of my seat.
You can't imagine that Western Province coach or team is too happy at this moment from being 2 goals up in the first 3 quarters, seemingly looking like it was their game.
High fives all around for Western Province. Tournament director Lorna Graaf makes her way into the middle of the pitch to discuss the logistics of this shootout.
It just goes to show you that the game is not really over until it's over.
Just a little bit of a difference from outdoor to indoor. There'll be 3 attackers taking a penalty shootout, and they have 6 seconds rather than the 8 seconds from outdoor. As both captains meet in the middle there to toss a coin to decide who goes first.
Chloe, tell us with these strokes, that 8 seconds to 6 seconds difference, how big of a difference is that really as a player?
The area you have as a striker is way smaller, so it doesn't make too much of a difference. Although people tend to think that that is a short amount of time. When you're on the ball, that is a very long time. I can tell you now, the nerves are high. People are going to be holding their breaths.
Northwest have had a tough week. This would be a Cinderella story if they could walk away with the win. But Western Province are here to squash dreams, be known as dream killers this week. It all comes down to
Western Province setting up to take the penalty shootout first, with the Northwest goalkeeper in goals. A little bit of organization from the umpires there.
Northwest looking good spirits.
Just dragging out the nerves a little bit. And we're off. Pulls it outside.
Goal!
Slots it in. Great attack from Western Province. Hardly using any of her time. That hooter you'll hear will go off at the end of each striker's allocated time.
And with that, Western Province are 1 up. Pressure now on Northwest.
Inside, outside, same sort of thing, different corner. It is 1-1.
It is all to play for in this game.
Michelle Winter steps up to take a shootout here for her team.
Western Province go 2 up with that.
Umpires communicating well then, nods all around, saying good goal. Kirsty Adams now for the Northwest. Great save there by the Western Province keeper to keep Western Province in the lead, 2-1. Ruby Cross now with a huge job for her team. And going wide, opting for the spin, not quite connecting it the way she would like to.
That gives Northwest a chance to get back into this. She's off.
Goalkeeper Manish Desai keeping that one out.
Oh. Both
I'm not
captains
entirely
being
sure
summoned.
what is happening now.
Neither am I. Both captains being summoned with the organizer of the tournament. Perhaps a controversial call. Northwest with a hope to keep their playoff dreams alive.
I think there might have been an issue with the timing. Waiting to see what outcome comes out here. Okay, a little bit of an error there from the organization. They were timing 8 seconds instead of 6 seconds, as which we discussed earlier. So they were using the outdoor timing instead of the indoor timing. So it looks like they're going to restart the entire shootout. Just a little bit of a nerves, getting the nerves up, making a little bit more pressure for the strikers and the goalkeepers.
The tension is I can't even speak at this point, Chloe.
Peters.
Goal!
Copy and paste, easy game. She does it again. Kirsty Adams now stepping up for Northwest.
Northwest need to respond here. She's off.
Well played by goalkeeper Manish Desai, keeping that one out, giving Western Province 1-0 lead. Michelle Winter stepping up for Western Province.
Oh.
Well defended by the goalkeeper.
And with that, we see how quick 6 seconds can actually be.
Ruby Cross stepping up for the Western Province Pens to take the penalty flick. Goalkeeper Lene McLaren just touching the back stick. Cross does it again. Super confident over those penalty flicks, giving her team a 2-0 lead.
Northwest have to score. Simple as that.
Mayberg. Desai keeping it out. I'm pretty sure that is game. I'm sure that's Western Province 2. Everyone's looking questions. It's 2-0 to Western Province Pens. And they secure that victory after giving it Northwest a little bit of a sniffer in that final quarter, being 2-0 up, bringing it back to 2-2. A little bit of confusion on the first set of shootouts. Western Province taking it on the second set. There's a lot of hockey still to be played in this tournament. Stay tuned.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 5th to 8th playoff between the Southern Gauteng Vitsies up against Mpumalanga. It's going to be an action-packed day as we get halfway through proceedings, off to the playoff stages. Of course, I'm not alone. With me in the commentary box, Sanjay. Sanjay, we had a little bit of a talk about this just before the game. What do you think we've got to expect in this game?
Well, I mean, Southern Gauteng or Southern Gauteng, their name speaks for itself. I think Mpumalanga are going to have to put up a really good fight here, come out strong. For those of you who saw the last game, which was Northwest versus Western Province Pens, we saw that the game is not over until it's over. Northwest were down 2, and in the final 5 minutes went all the way to 2-2 and went to a shootout. Yeah, exactly that, and that's what tournament hockey is all about. There's plenty of hockey to be played, and like you mentioned a little bit earlier, it's not over till it's over. Of course, in these two groups, Southern Gauteng managing just the 1 draw and 2 losses throughout their groups. Mpumalanga yet to get a point in this tournament. They scored 19 goals against, so they're going to have a lot to put to the table. I'm excited to get this one underway. As we await the whistle from the 2 umpires, Southern Gauteng will be looking to get their early dominance on this game. Captain du Plessis straight away looking to get the ball upfield through that favorite right side that we see most teams are trying to play on, and early pressure on from Southern Gauteng. They came out the gate swinging. They are ready, setting up the press. Mpumalanga really cannot afford to leave them with any breathing room. Everyone knows that Vitsies will capitalize almost immediately on that. Yeah, well, Vitsies will come into this game as the favorites, and it's going to be so important that they absorb that pressure and try to get themselves ahead really early on in this game. We've seen it's a shorter format of the game, and if you find yourself behind early doors, there's a lot to catch up. I think something else that's not really spoken about is the level of discipline plays a massive role in this shorter form of the game. A single green card and being a man down, even for 2 or 3 minutes, can really set your team back. Yeah, exactly that. It's a lovely steal there from the number 6, Abigail Esteisen. Fighting it out for a team. Masuku manages to win possession through there. And Mpumalanga with another opportunity to hopefully put some early pressure on the Southern Gauteng Vitsies. Under really big pressure in the middle of the park, Mpumalanga as Vilagazi. They're here on the counter. Makes her way into the circle. She'll look to get around the captain, du Plessis. Some great skill here by Vitsies. They're off. Yeah, dealing with it well. Janssen into the circle she goes. Of course, unlike the outdoor game, you can't try and force it through a player. Danger 100% is well protected in the indoor game, so you just need that extra level of skill, don't you? I think ball movement is also key. Not staying static as a player if you're off the ball. Those small little momentary decisions make a huge impact on whether or not your team will go up or down in a game like this. Esteisen just getting called up for the stick block there. And right now it looks like even Stevens between these two teams as Captain du Plessis looks to find a little bit of space, and that's not what they would have wanted, the Southern Gauteng Vitsies, as Masuku looks to connect up inside the circle. It's really good defending so far by the ladies in yellow. Oh, that will be Mpumalanga's ball. Here we go. Masuku finds Vilagazi, gets it out to her captain Henning. And just we spoke about that skill factor, the skill factor that you need in the indoor game. Such a big difference to outdoor. 100% agree with you, Manny. Abraham's trying to get one side of the attacker, unfortunately not managing. But this just gives Southern Gauteng Vitsies another opportunity to try and get the ball into that circle and prove dangerous. As you say that, Manny, as you said earlier, they love that right side. Vitsies are always pushing that right side. Every one of their big attacks so far has come to that right side. Just something to mention out there to the folks at home. Yeah, well, the easier side for the attackers, and of course defensively a lot more difficult to make the tackle on your left foot. We see a lot of sides trying to implement that strategy, and on the odd occasion, as we see this time round, Hanzika trying to work it down the left, but down the middle she goes, and an opportunity for the first goal of the game. And unfortunately, Abraham's just not getting onto that one.
Good passage of play from the Witsies as they get into the circle once more, but once again execution in the final third not there.
Turnover. Mpumalanga will look to take control here.
Wow, a few errors. Captain Henning there, just bobbling off the top of her stick. It's going to be important for both sides to hold their composure in the last 6 minutes of this quarter.
Manny, tell us, in moments like this, where the ball is right now, how important are set plays when you're training for a tournament like this with your players?
Exactly. Well, it's an opportunity to control the game. It's an opportunity, as we see, into the circle it goes, but no touch in the circle. It's an opportunity to practice what you've done in the week. Of course, it's not as helter-skelter as open play, and you don't have to make as many decisions on the spot. So important that when you do get a set play, all that work that you've worked on at the training ground, to put it into perspective and get the ball into an area that you're most comfortable with. As we see Henning linking up with Velagazi, they've been good this tournament, the two centre-backs. They've understood each other. And Hanzika, overzealous tackle, says the umpire.
Mpumalanga have done well to hold their own thus far.
Yeah, they have done really well.
Turnover.
Yeah, ball into the circle, just lifted by Captain Parsons. Just letting Southern Gauteng Witsies off scot-free there.
It's worth mentioning there's a lot of hockey left. You don't want to blow your legs too early in the game.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen big benches. We can see it for both sides here. 5 on either bench, 4 for Mpumalanga. But it's going to be important for the coaches to make sure that they rotate. The players already had 2 big days of hockey just before this. So as we get to the business end of the tournament, really important that you manage your players, manage the legs, as we see an error there. And sometimes that can come from fatigue in the tournament. As Potgieter, into the circle she goes, and that's a lovely flick. Unfortunately, just getting it on the wrong side of the post.
Mpumalanga recover. They'll look to try and get it in now.
Parsons, the skipper, who just had a really good opportunity on the ball and maybe just trying to force it down the right-hand side. But what an awesome opportunity there for Mpumalanga to get themselves ahead.
I think it's moments like that that give you that confidence and that extra gear. Going one up in a game like this where you're seen as the underdog, and to go one up, that just gives you all the confidence in the world for the rest of the game.
Jenkins still in possession, trying to get it into the circle. Links up and nearly getting it to Parsons. We've seen what she can do already in front of goals as Ferreira.
Witsies on the move now.
Breaking forward and just not finding that connection with Muluesani.
Some great individual defense there from Mpumalanga.
Yeah, it's good that it's their skipper, Henning. You can see how cool, calm and composed she is, even on the outlet.
Manny, tell us, when you're in a position like that in the corner and you're alone, how difficult is it when you have players from the other team, the opposition, looming over you?
Yeah, it's really difficult. Unlike the outdoor game where players are allowed to box you into a situation, you've just got to find that outlet. The defensive side has to give you an opportunity to get out, and you've got to make the right decision. More often than not, as we saw there, they were trying to force her back towards her goalkeeper, and it's just about picking the right moment to use that opportunity to get out and get to safety.
Turnover, Mpumalanga's ball.
Lovely connection there, managing to find Esthazen.
Brilliant piece of defense there. Oh, umpire is saying none of that. She is reaching in the pocket, and that'll be a green for Mpumalanga. We just spoke about discipline not too long ago, Manny.
Yeah, Abigail Esthazen, she just had a really good break down the left-hand side. She'll be disappointed to get that green card, and now Mpumalanga, with a minute 40 left in this quarter, have a lot to do. Of course, in possession, so they can control the game from this point and allow that minute green card to really just take as long as possible without Southern Gauteng Witsies touching the ball.
I think it's important that Mpumalanga take care of the ball right now in this minute. No careless passes, not allowing for any major slip-ups. And as we say that...
Yeah, the commentator's curse coming into action there. Lehmans trying to force a way through a couple of defenders. Still in possession though on Mpumalanga. In Southern Gauteng, they need to be really careful there. Need to make sure that they don't give away a foul in that position and possibly risk going a player down, or at least leveling the playing field. As Mpumalanga go back to numbers, and you got to admit that's an opportunity squandered by the Witsies, but Mpumalanga maintaining possession for that full minute, and that's exactly what they needed to do.
Exactly.
Howard.
I must say both teams have been quite even throughout this first quarter.
And it's important to be patient. Still lots of hockey to be played here.
100%.
A whole 30 minutes. A lot can happen in 30 minutes. We've seen it throughout this IPT. And now Mpumalanga, 13 seconds left on the clock.
Great piece of defense there. Dispossessed well. Witsies on the move.
Yeah, Moloi Sani there just being dispossessed. As the hooter goes. Even Stevens going into the first quarter break. And some of your opinions from the first quarter?
Well, I think we all knew coming into this and Mpumalanga had a lot of work to do. But I would have to say they are, like you said, Manny, even Stevens at this point. And we'll just have to see what the coaches implement from a technical strategy going into the second quarter.
Yeah, it's going to be important for both of these sides to make sure that they keep their composure. 30 minutes is still a long time, but it's so easy to fall into that trap of thinking, well, I'm not ahead yet. I need to go chasing that game. But you just got to keep your wits about you, don't you?
Absolutely. And I think from the coaching perspective, I would get a couple more fresh legs in there, give some of my central players a bit of a rest. A little early in the game. You don't know what's going to happen later down the game, so it's important to kind of have them ready at any point. Like we said, you don't want to blow out the legs too early. There's a lot of hockey that's been played, a lot of hockey still to come, and you don't want to see yourself going down or 2 goals down in the final 5.
Back to the action, second quarter about to get underway. Southern Gauteng, Witsies no, Mpumalanga no. Who can get first blood on the scoreboard? And Parsons, she had a really good opportunity in the first quarter, and she'll want to get herself onto the scoreboard, will the skipper. As Hanzika finds herself into a corner, Atkins gets it to her skipper, who manages to get it downfield and retains possession on that right-hand side.
Witsies just seems so calm on the ball.
Atkins just throwing it into space. Just a little bit of a miscommunication between Atkins as well as Hanzika. And Mpumalanga with a good opportunity, good bit of skill. Masuku does look dangerous, does the number 3 from Mpumalanga. And she'll want to get her hands on the ball a little bit more often. Lovely work from Lehmans. Gets it to her skipper Parsons, who gets it across goal. And
great bit of vision there from Witsies, getting it out, and they are on the counter-attack.
Well, good teamwork there from the 2 umpires, just converging. The disengaged umpire just getting the word across to Tiffany Kawi on the near side. And Mpumalanga with a corner early in this quarter.
This would be a great opportunity for them to go 1 up, set the tone, and get the lead.
Yeah, well, Mpumalanga, just the 1 goal in this tournament thus far. So this will be a really good push for them if they can get a second. Just a bit of a misinject, and they'll have to go to plan B. And it works off well, and they'll get the long corner. But a really important opportunity for Mpumalanga. And you've got to admit, in a game like this, they've got to be doing better with every opportunity that gets given to them.
Absolutely, Manny. In a game like this, in a playoff game, every opportunity counts. Every chance, every moment you're on the ball is go, go, go.
Lehmans finds Masuku, luckily so, just using the board to their advantage. As Henning, she's looking for Masuku, manages to find her. Mentioned that you want to get Masuku into the game a little bit more. She's got the hands, but the connections just weren't there.
Turnover, Witsi's ball. They'll look to set up here.
Yeah, it was a lovely one time there from Abigail Estes, and unfortunately just not finding Parsons on that left-hand side as Duplessis. Oh, wow, she's got to keep composure at the back there. The skipper needs to lead by example.
I think it's crucial to mention that in any format of the game, your backs have to control their pressure, and that's where things go wrong a lot for a lot of teams, especially in big tournaments like this.
Yeah, just looking for the penalty corner inside the circle. Doesn't get in, and Abraham's charging forward. They really do turn defense into attack to the Southern Gauteng Witzies, and Mpumalanga are going to have to be wary about that going forward.
I think that's something to note to the folks at home, is the indoor game is slightly different to the outdoor game, where even though you might start out as a back, you can be a forward in a second. Everyone plays everywhere, and that's why legs are so important, as we've said in this game.
Atkins trying to get the diagonal ball into the circle. Masuku using the sideboards to her advantage as that extra player.
Umpires having none of that, no talk back.
Yeah, good, controlling the game well, the two umpires. It's what you want to see. You don't want to see games getting out of hand.
100%.
Janssen finds Atkins on the left-hand side. They're looking for a little bit of space in between this Mpumalanga press.
Oh, good long ball.
Finding Duplessis down the left-hand side, and opportunity for Abrahams with the flick and just pushing it out wide, but that's a lovely passage of play from the home side.
Again, we spoke about it. Set plays, good movement on the ball, controlling the game. Witzies have been clinical at that from what I understand this week.
Yeah, they've been good, and we're seeing it coming to fruition here in this game. When they get a set play, they know what they're doing, they know what they're looking for. And just trying to create as much space as Duplessis tries to find Janssen, and all of a sudden the Witzies look like they're coming into their own in this game.
Manny, talk to us a bit about what it means to lose this game and the big R, relegation.
Well, it's a tough game. It's a tough game, this one, because you come out with a victory here, and tomorrow really you got nothing to play for, but you know you've saved your ambitions of playing A section in the following year. But there's nothing worse than having to play in that relegation game tomorrow. So it's quite easy to say that this might just be the most important game of the tournament for these two sides. Anything can happen come tomorrow, so it's important to seal the deal right now in these 40 minutes.
100%, and as we know already, one of the teams playing in that game tomorrow, the relegation game, of course, will be Northwest. So this game has a lot to play for.
Yeah, Northwest will be watching both of these sides carefully.
Great individual skill there from Mpumalanga.
Yeah, well, Henning there, as you mentioned, Henning playing centre-back for her side, charging upfield, and it's exactly what you were mentioning. Legs so important, because in a heartbeat you can find yourself dashing right down the middle of the field and finding yourself in a position where you might not be used to. But the skill level of these players, they're able to play in any position. Of course, you've got your preferred position, but you've got to be ready to be in the opposition D if you're a defender, and defending in your own D if you're a forward.
100%. I don't think the folks at home really realize what it means to play at the IPT level. It is an elite level to play at, and everyone here is of that caliber. And a lot of these ladies here today will be looking to hopefully get called up to the SA camp one day and play for their country.
Yeah, touching on that, we'll come back to that. It's an interesting point that which we'll come back to in a little bit here, as we see an overzealous tackle being put in on Aikens. Managing to get it to Mlinwa, the deputy, just slipping off her feet. 3 points on the ground is the call, but the highest level in South Africa right now that you're watching on your laptops or TVs at the moment. We've got outdoor Olympians, we've got World Cup, we've got players that went to the World Cup in Croatia playing in this tournament. So indeed the absolute highest level, and something that's quite interesting, a lot of youngsters in a lot of these sides, and such good exposure for these players to be able to play against some of the best arguably in the world, as Parsons trying to find the link up. It's well defended there from the Witzies.
We spoke about it a minute ago, but I don't know if you saw, Witzy's making a couple subs there, and already the fresh legs are making a difference for Witzy's with the turnovers.
That's a lovely tackle there from Davies, but we can see it across on the benches there. You can see some of the ladies just fanning themselves. It is really hot inside this arena. You don't quite get the sense unless you're in here. And that's something that the coaches also have to think about, albeit the legs might be fresh, but it really is hot and humid in this arena. And it's important just to take that 2 or 3 minutes to sit on the bench, recalibrate, and then get back on and play at your highest level.
I 100% agree, Manny.
Lovely outlet there, Esterhuizen. She's been good in this game for Mpumalanga. And as I say, that commentator's curse comes in, and it's an opportunity from Ashley Howard there. She would have won to get it either side of the goalkeeper, but it's so important for both sides to use those mistakes and punish the opposition in those moments of weakness.
Chance now for Mpumalanga. Just wide.
Well, they'll get the corner regardless of that situation, but really good work there from Cynthia Stradham. She gets herself into a good position. And Southern Gauteng Witzy's, they look a little bit flustered at the moment.
Not something that you've seen from them all week. So to be in this position is quite interesting.
Yeah, well, Southern Gauteng Witzy's, they've drawn 1, lost 2, scored 4, and had 6 scored against them. Just the 1 point in this week. As we see a lovely strike there. Goalkeeper making herself big. It looks like Amy McCarthy in goals. And Parsons. That's a lovely tackle from Ferreira.
Looking for some support now.
Good composure there from Ferreira. You spoke about the backs controlling the game. We've got Davies and Ferreira on one side, and we've got what looks like Vilagazi as well as Esterhuizen on the other side. In the indoor game, we see so many goals, so much skill. We'll come back to that in a minute. Parsons trying to get it diagonally across the circle. Wow, can't force it through a defender, says the umpire.
Loose ball.
But going back to your point a little bit earlier, so important are your defenders in the indoor game.
100%. As someone who plays in the back line for outdoor, I can definitely tell you that games are won and lost by your backs often in simple moments of composure and discipline. Last thing you want to do is lose a back in the last couple of minutes or have them fatigue out with a very quick forward, as we're seeing here. Mpumalanga.
Yeah, Masuku there, unfortunately, not managing to get that shot on goal on target, and just lifting there is the call from the umpire. But I must say, I'm not a betting man, but I would hate to hedge my bets against either of these two sides at the moment. Going into it, you can't doubt the fact that the Southern Gauteng Witzy's would have been the favourites, but Mpumalanga really coming to the party.
100% agree.
Just trying to force it through in the middle as Howard breaks through, and we'll go into the halftime break. Mpumalanga 0, Southern Gauteng Witzy's 0.
And we are back with the second half. Manny, tell us, if you are the coach of either side, what are you saying to your ladies right now to get them ready to get hyped, get in that extra gear, and just get that one goal that they maybe need to kind of get going?
I think it's two very different conversations. Two very different conversations. I think one side expected to win this game in Southern Gauteng Vitsies, another side who are probably doing really well. So for Mpumalanga, it's a matter of hyping them up, making them understand that, ladies, you've got here, it's 0-0, we're still in this one, and we've had enough opportunities to actually get in front in this game. For Southern Gauteng Vitsies, it's a matter of saying, listen, we've had a vast majority of possession, we've had most of the shots in this game, we are the dominant side. Carry on going through your processes and don't try anything different in the remainder of this game. So I think two very different conversations. Both those conversations positive, as both of these sides will believe that they can come out of this one victorious.
Oh, absolutely. And as you can see, Mpumalanga coach pacing up and down, really hyping her ladies, making them believe we can do this. We just need that one goal.
Yeah, well, everyone on the park in blue at the moment will have really good belief. And I'll tell you what, I think the momentum just moving with Mpumalanga at the moment, because all of a sudden, the Southern Gauteng Vitsies ladies, they're the ones under pressure at the moment. They've got everything to do in this game. Mpumalanga, if they can get a goal, get ahead, then all of a sudden, Southern Gauteng Vitsies ladies, they've got to chase this game.
Oh, I completely agree. And as we say that, Vitsies are...
Yeah, a lot of unhappy spectators on that far side, and of course the bench. But that is the opportunity. Southern Gauteng Vitsies have to take those opportunities, get themselves ahead, and just take that pressure off themselves for the remainder of this game.
100%. Tension is at an all-time high. This is a playoff game, ladies and gentlemen. Both teams are facing the big R, that is relegation, of course. So neither team will want to lose this game.
Du Plessis finds Atkins. And Atkins looking for some space down the left-hand side. Hanzika, she's been really good throughout this tournament.
Here come Vitsies.
Gets in, and Janssen with the flick. And it's a really good save at that time from Manzi. And we spoke about the defensive efforts of all these teams, and the goalkeepers have been absolutely fantastic throughout the week. Mateo Manzi in goal for Mpumalanga, and Amy McCarthy on the other side for Southern Gauteng. Of course, assisted by Narissa Wenzel. Really good defense, but communication just not there. As Hanzika, you can hear the shouts of don't force from their coach. So important to carry on going about your processes and use what's worked for you throughout the week.
You know, Manny, to some of the hopeful youngsters who are watching today's game, hoping to be at this level when they get older, what are some things they can be looking at? I know that we've spoken many times throughout the week, and we'll continue to say it, that your basics and your fundamentals are key. So walk us through that a bit.
Yeah, good opportunity here. Well, we'll come back to that in just a second as we get through this outlet. But I think it's so important as Du Plessis launches the counter-attack. She's got the support of Janssen up top. I think it's so important in this game. It's such a high-skill game as the indoor game, and you can get found out so quickly if you don't have your basics right. And I think basics is the name of the game. We see all the skill from players like Mustafa Kasim and the likes, but so important to make sure you get your basics absolutely spot on. And that would be the first thing I say to any up-and-coming player. Make sure your indoor basics are at 100% before you can take that next step.
100%. Mpumalanga, making some switches out there now. Fresh legs. The reason we spoke about basics is because just look at how both teams get so low when defending, not allowing for any space, almost suffocating their oppositions in order to regain the ball and take control of this game.
Yeah, well, it's a game of small spaces, as we see Mpumalanga into the circle, and we spoke about basics. We spoke about basics. Even in that situation, it was a really difficult skill for Jenkins to execute. But it's those moments that you've got to take that opportunity if you want to be at the highest level. Good appreciation of the rules there for Janssen. Just forcing a mistake there from Mpumalanga.
Witzy's on ball. Some individual skill now. And we just spoke about that suffocation, man. We just spoke about it. And now the counter-attack. Mpumalanga are right there. Turnover.
Yeah, really good counter there from Mpumalanga, but execution in the final third just not there for the side in blue. And as you mentioned, it's a game of really small spaces, and human nature in those spaces is just to panic. And some of the better indoor players in the games are the ones that are able to navigate those small spaces. As we see a penalty corner now for Mpumalanga. And this is a really big moment in the game for the side in blue. Can they get their noses in front? Southern Gauteng are going to have to defend for their lives here.
We've seen it all week. All it takes is one goal, one moment of individual brilliance to go up, and then all of a sudden you're in control, that confidence is there, and you just believe you can take the game.
Opportunity now for Mpumalanga. Henning with the flick.
Oh.
And
short corner awarded.
Yeah, it's a penalty corner. The umpiring team working well together there, making sure that they communicate the right decision at the end of the day. But Henning, the skipper, has a really good opportunity now at the top of the circle. She's got Stratum to her right.
And turnover, Witzy's ball. Umpire again not having any of that, and Mpumalanga are down a man once again.
Yeah, what a big switch there. They went from having a penalty corner to now being a player down and out of possession in Mpumalanga. And it's really important for Southern Gauteng to use this opportunity to try and get ahead in this game and assert their dominance.
Like you said, man, they have to capitalize here. This is the perfect time, and they're on ball as well.
Howard finds Davis, just looking for those runs at the top, and we were looking for the ball, as well as Muluisani. And Howard there just lifting the ball, and so important to get your basics right. It was good go forward ball from Witzy's, and a lapse in concentration from Ashley Howard just gives possession back to Mpumalanga, and they'll be more than happy to really slow the game down.
In the final 3 minutes of this quarter, the Mpumalanga player is back on the field, and you can see some subs are being made now from Mpumalanga.
Yeah, it's a really bad tackle there from the Southern Gauteng Witzy's that will give Mpumalanga a penalty corner. Their penalty corners haven't been too sharp up to date here. They haven't tried a simplified flick. Maybe that's the option. Just have a look at the defensive efforts of the Southern Gauteng Witzy's. But it looks like they might look for a variation here. We've got Henning on the right. Jenkins down the middle, as well as Stratum on the left-hand side, and Henning.
Great flick. Witzy's ball.
Yeah,
their defense pays off.
Straight into the goalkeeper there for Henning, just not getting her head up in time. And really good work there from the goalkeeper. It looks like Wenzel on the park. And Mpumalanga now with the opportunity across goal, and they look good to Mpumalanga.
They really do, Manny.
Wenzel in goal, doing really well on that short corner, just to make herself as big as possible and make it difficult for Henning to get the shot off and get the shot at goal.
I'm going to be bold and say that both keepers, or all the keepers from today's games in this game, have been quite clinical. Nothing has gone through anybody. Witzy's.
No. Controlling the middle of the park as the deputy skipper. Just maybe trying to force that one as Davis. In those situations, they're not given the outlet as the call from the umpire, and they'll get another penalty corner. And I wouldn't be surprised if a card is brandished there to Ferreira. And this is a big moment in the game. Yellow card for Southern Gauteng Witzy's, a penalty corner for Mpumalanga. It's an opportunity for Mpumalanga to assert some dominance on this game.
This is where they need to take advantage. They've been gifted another short corner. How many of those are you going to get? This is the time. Southern Gauteng also down a lady at this point.
Henning slips in, and an opportunity for Henning, who just had to get that flat on her stick. Maybe just lifting her head as she looks for the flick on. But all of a sudden, momentum with Mpumalanga. They're a lady up at the moment. And now Southern Gauteng, can they slow this game down?
Just over a minute to play in this third chukker. They'll feel that they have the upper hand right about now.
Mistake there from Ashley Howard.
Southern Gauteng need to protect the ball at this stage. No rushing, no careless passes.
Yeah, well, this is perfect for Southern Gauteng at the moment. Henning slowing the game right down, turning it over actually, and then makes a brilliant tackle. As the attack is on, Muloisani manages to get onto the end of it.
Mpumalanga ball.
Yeah, just a bobble at the top of the circle. Mpumalanga still in possession with the lady up as Captain Henning surges into the circle. Looking for the ball across. She's still in possession.
Chance for Mpumalanga.
And this is scrappy stuff right in front of goals. Masuku. Can she get into the circle? And
she's there.
Masuku just lifting it dangerously into the set player. And looking so dangerous at the moment on Mpumalanga.
Final 3 seconds here.
Well, 3 quarters down, half an hour played in this game, 10 more minutes to go. Southern Gauteng at the moment a player down. It's going to be important for them just to manage that last couple of minutes going into the fourth quarter. But in Mpumalanga, they've looked really good and they've got every opportunity to take this game away from Southern Gauteng Witzies.
Absolutely. I'm excited to see what both coaches will be saying to their teams here. I think Witzies have everything to lose at this point. Mpumalanga really coming up strong. They have surprised, I think, both you and I today, Manny.
Yeah, they've been a really good package. I must say they struggled in their group, but clearly as the tournament got on, they just learnt and started to make those connections and started to play with each other. And a really young side, a lot of teenagers in the side, just the 3 players over 20 years old, so loads and loads of hockey to be played for Mpumalanga. And just going through this tournament, learning and getting to the next level, so important for them, and they'll understand it's important for them to stay in the A section so they can keep learning and keep growing.
100%. We're here and we're getting ready for the final quarter of this playoff game. Mpumalanga's ball. They'll look to capitalize early, maybe sneak a quick goal in, take the lead, catch Witzies off guard.
Yeah, important, and you can just see the game plan here at the moment. Witzies slowing it right down there, no rush, understanding that there's still plenty of hockey to be played as they go back to numbers, do the ladies in yellow. It's good work there from Janssen, stealing the ball underneath Parsons' feet. Mpumalanga now back in possession as Vilakazi. Back to Lehmans. And a lovely intercept, 3v2 at the top.
Must defend now.
And they had to do what they had to do, and that's really good defending from Lehman and Vilakazi.
Mpumalanga with a long ball.
So important there, keeping their team in the game. And you know, once we get to that stage, if it's still 0-0 in the next 9 minutes, anything can happen in the penalty shootouts.
We just saw that in the previous game with Northwest and Western Province Pens. You don't really want to go to a shootout. You don't want to leave it to that. You want to take the game by control in the final quarter and kind of just get a goal.
Yeah, neither of these sides will want to let it get to that stage. But if neither of them can break the deadlock in the next 8.5 minutes, That's how we're going to have to deal with it. Oh, that's a lovely flick there from Abigail Esthazen. She's taken that mistake from Taylor Davis, got to the top of the circle and put one past the goalkeeper. This time round, Narissa Wenzel and Mpumalanga get themselves ahead, and the Southern Gauteng Witsies with everything to do.
Mpumalanga was first blood drawn there. Already on the offense again. And they have a short corner.
Well, a turn of momentum, and Mpumalanga taking a goal, and you can't bet against them after scoring a goal in the last couple of minutes to possibly get themselves even further in the lead. Unbelievable turn of events.
You know, Manny, we spoke about it all game, momentum shifting and what one goal can mean to either side, and I think we're seeing it right here with Mpumalanga.
Parsons gets on top of it.
Chance!
Well, once again, basics just letting the two teams down, but that was a really good opportunity. And Hanzika putting her body on the line there. Another mistake right at the back.
I think Witsies are feeling the pressure a little bit there, Manny.
Well, that's exactly what Mpumalanga needed to do. They needed to get themselves onto the scorecard, get themselves 1-0 up here and put all the pressure back on the home side. Witsies would have come into this one as the favourites, but all of a sudden, it's all to play for here in the 5th to 8 playoff. Of course, the team that wins this game guarantees themselves a section competition next year.
And for the team that loses, it's all up in the air tomorrow. You do not want to be in that position. There's still 7 minutes left in this game. Plenty of hockey to be played. Anything can happen, folks.
Leemans finds the skipper, Parsons. Into the circle we go, and they're going to have to try again here. Loud whistle, but no penalty corner for Mpumalanga.
Witsies have set up a good, strong press here.
Yeah, players behind the ball. They've got absolutely everyone behind, and
counter-attack for Witsies.
Janssen getting forward nicely, but just throwing that one into the middle of the park. Esthazen.
A little bit of miscommunication from Witsies, and we see how they were paying the price there a second ago.
Oh, interesting thought process there. I think Mniwa and Hanzika just not on the same wavelength.
If you are the Witsies coach right now, Manny, what are you saying to your ladies to get them back in this game? They look like their heads have dropped just a little. You don't want to see that in the final 5.5 minutes.
Well, take your chances. They've been getting themselves into such good position for the last 35 minutes, but they just have not taken their chances. As we can see here, we might see something more or less the same as Hanzika gets the penalty corner, and now they're going to have a player advantage as a yellow card is brandished there to Carla Leemans. This is the momentum shift that the Southern Gauteng Witsies needed. And you asked me a little bit earlier, what would I say? Take this chance. Go into the restart. Now you've got a player up, and it's a good opportunity to go a 1 goal up. But first, they've got to level up the scoring.
Shifting momentum, that is what this game is all about. Indoor, we spoke about it earlier. This is their chance. They must score.
No, with the flick.
Just wide for Witsies. Unfortunate.
Yeah, quick play, and I'll tell you what, Mpumalanga have caught them off guard here.
Here we go. Oh,
it's a really good opportunity, and Stratham would have thought that she might have had a penalty corner there.
I tell you what, I like the idea that Mpumalanga had right now. They are creative and they are playing with urgency. They are hungry for this win.
And that's exactly what they need. They need that hunger to shine through. They'll be celebrating a little bit later if they can get the victory here. But Abrahams wheeling and dealing. It's Abrahams with the flick, and she'll win her side a penalty corner. Masuku doing everything she could to defend it, but Mpumalanga with another opportunity to defend.
I think we've seen a lot of great individual skill from Witsies today. I think what I would like to see a little bit more from them is coherent team play. I think if they could find each other a little bit more, create 2v1s instead of 1v1s, they may have a goal or even two in this game.
Opportunity now for Duplessis, and Duplessis has just taken away the advantage that her team had. And in moments like this, the skipper, you would expect to have a cool, calm head and not put her team in that position. And Mpumalanga will look to use this advantage.
You know, Manny, the word here is pressure. Vitsies are feeling the pressure.
Yeah, exactly that. They really are. 25-year-old Julian Duplessis needed to make sure that she stays on the park for as long as possible for her team. Now, not only does she get a rest, but no one else can get back onto the park.
Good half-court press from Vitsies. Both teams are man down, but you sense that Mpumalanga are feeling a lot more comfortable with it than what Vitsies are.
Henning just trying to force that one through the middle. It's Abrahams wanting to put that onto a strong stick. Wasn't the case.
We spoke about it in Mpumalanga taking care of the ball. Oh, short corner.
Yeah, penalty corner, just lifting it off the deck there. Gains the advantage as there was a player in that vicinity. And Southern Gauteng, they've got the opportunity now with 4 minutes left in this game. Can they capitalize? Take your opportunities is what I said with 6 minutes to go. If they don't take their opportunities, they might find themselves battling it out for a spot in either B section or A section next year. And that one again, just bobbling, not taking the opportunities to the Vitsies.
Do you chop that up to fatigue or just pressure again right now? Because we're in the final 3 minutes, and it seems like Vitsies are making a lot of mistakes when it comes to their short corners.
Yeah, so sometimes when you go into the game and Hanzika in possession, trying to worm her way out of the press. Aitkins. Mlinwa just lifting it again as we see the counter-attack now being launched.
We spoke about it.
Jenkins in possession, managing just to link up with Estes and goal scorer in this game. Just a little bit loose at the moment for both sides. It's a good step there from
both teams need to take care of the ball, Manny.
Estes in, and that's a good opportunity. Masuku would have wanted to get onto the end of that, but going back to your question, sometimes when you're a side that might have come into the game as the favorites, and all of a sudden, let's just see what the umpires have to say here.
Short corner.
Let's just have a look at what's happened here. So Mpumalanga with 5 players on the field, did they maybe get a player come back onto the field a little bit too early? Remember, they had that card.
They do.
And I think a Mpumalanga player just making her way onto the field earlier than she was supposed to be, and the technical officials just picking that one up. Or a Southern Gauteng player rather, and the skipper who's just got back onto the field.
Well, I tell you what, that's a good catch by the technical staff right there.
Yeah, it's just that, and we'll go back to what you were saying, because I think it goes straight back to that as we see Henning back to Injector. Just being lifted into danger there, off target, says the umpire. But when you're a team that is expected to win and goes into a game possibly feeling that they should win, and all of a sudden things aren't going your way, all of a sudden the pressure really is on you. Remember, the Vitsies would have been the underdogs in the past 3 games as Ferreira lines one up. Ferreira with the shot on goal. It's a good save from the goalkeeper. Really lovely work there from Clement. And remember, the Vitsies have been underdogs in the last 3 of their games. All of a sudden they might be expected to win, and they're just not sure how to handle that situation.
Well, I tell you what, they have a minute and a half to figure it out, because right now it is not looking good for them. They are feeling the pressure. Simple mistakes, fatigue has cost them right now. Yep. And Mpumalanga are looking dangerous with their counters.
Yeah, pressure on. It's a playoff environment at the moment as Mlinwa gets it into the goals, and they've managed to level it at the Southern Gauteng Vitsies. It's gone through their vice captain Mlinwa. They've dealt with the pressure and managed to get things to level pegging with the player down.
I tell you what, Manny, the commentators curse anyone who says it isn't real. It is truly real.
Well, all of a sudden, we've got an opportunity for a shootout on our hands. Just when we thought Mpumalanga might have had this one, with 1:50 left in this game, the vice captain of the Southern Gauteng Vitsies manages to put one past goalkeeper Mia Clement.
And suddenly, inside of the Vitsies camp, there's a breath of fresh air. There is life once again. Looking to try and get a second one. Clinical defense there by Mpumalanga.
Yeah, good work from the captain, Henning. She'll be more than happy to take this one to a shootout. But Mlinwa manages to win that back. And with 35 seconds left on the clock, Aitkins finds her skipper Duplessis and
turnover.
The basics just letting them down. Mpumalanga in no rush to play this one.
15 seconds remain.
Henning.
Pick up.
Unfortunate there is Vilakazi. She'll want to launch the attack now. No opportunity for Vitsies to win this one. As we find ourselves going to another shootout. Southern Gauteng Vitsies won, Mpumalanga won, and what a game we had.
We spoke about it. Never leave it to the last dying minutes. It's not over until it's over. Both camps vocal, both camps emotional. What is going through your head right now as a player that is selected to take a shootout, or as a coach that has to entrust 3 players?
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I'll start with the back end of that question. Unfortunately, as a coach, it is now completely out of your hands. The best you can say for a player at this level, you cannot coach them through the shootout, because for most players, you cannot change what's been working for you, whether it's eyeing out the goalkeeper as you go, or whether it's getting it onto your strong stick, or getting it onto your weak stick, or having a pop straight at the top of the circle. There's nothing the coach can do but tell the players, listen, you're in this position for a reason. We've chosen you. You've backed yourself to step up to the plate. Do what you do best. Go out there, have some fun. Right now, the goalkeepers, right under pressure. It's up to them now to win their team this game.
And with that, the toss. Vitsies will be more than happy to go into the shootout, as they were down for most of the game. Mpumalanga feeling like just maybe they let the game slip away from them in the last few seconds. A couple of careless mistakes, as we spoke about, from pressure and fatigue. And now we have a shootout.
Yeah, shootout, anybody's game. There's no such thing as favorites, although we've looked at the 2 keepers, and I can almost make the assumption that Mateo Manzi, the number 1 in purple, will be asked to step up to the plate for Mpumalanga, and Amy McCarthy, the number 1 in red, will be asked to step up to the plate for the Southern Gauteng Vitsies. And it's up to those 2 ladies to keep out the onslaught that will be coming in their direction.
Well, here we go. Mpumalanga looking for a Cinderella story, and Southern Gauteng Vitsies uninterested in a hero send-off. So we're looking forward to this one. This is exactly how the last game went as well, where I said this. Let's see.
Well, the home side versus the neighbors from just up the N7, is it? The N4. One of those. Who's going to come out of this one victorious?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's all to play for. This is a playoff game. Winning this means that you are safe in A section next year. Losing this, unfortunately, means you will be playing in the Big R, the relegation game. You do not want that.
Yeah, so important to stay up in the A section. Of course, the quality of hockey in the A section, playing with the best in the country, sometimes the best in the world, as it turned out with the Men's World Cup. So important to stay up in the A section for your development. Because when you go down to the B section, we've seen it so many times, it's not that easy to come back up. You might think, oh, well, we played A section last year, we'll be right back. There's so many other teams down there that are fighting to get up into the A section. And some teams find it really difficult to make it back the following year after getting relegated.
I can 100% agree with you. I'm looking at the Vitsies camp and they look a tad emotional, whereas you look at Mpumalanga and they look relaxed. A couple of smiles on some of the ladies' faces. They seem to be enjoying this. They're ready.
Yeah, well, once again, with absolutely no disrespect to Mpumalanga, they've got nothing to lose. They would have come into this game sort of thinking, look, if we come out the victors, we've done really well, which is exactly what they've done. They've come into this game, they've given themselves an opportunity to win this game, as we see Vice Captain Nlinwa steps up to the plate. She's up against Manzi, deciding to go into a weak stick and being put under a little bit of pressure, and we'll have a retake there. So just to put it into perspective, in a normal game, that would have been a penalty corner. Not quite a stroke, not quite a deliberate breakdown, but it was an infringement on the striker. So we will have a retake. Nlinwa, another opportunity. Manzi, another opportunity.
The Mpumalanga keeper just questioning and querying there about what happened.
Right, deja vu as Nlinwa. This time deciding to have a pop. Well, just you can see, unfortunately, the 19-year-old goalkeeper, Manzi, just obstructing the attacker outside the circle. It's quite interesting, this interesting situation. In open play, outside the circle, infringement outside the circle, would have been a penalty corner, not a penalty stroke.
Yes.
So quite an interesting situation, as we see a lovely save there from Manzi. She's given away the penalty stroke, but she steps up to the task as a 19-year-old, and all the pressure going straight back on Amy McCarthy.
Smiles on the Mpumalanga faces. They know what this means. Calm, cool, collected.
Gia Henning, the captain, deciding to go for the shot straight away. I'm not sure if that was the right option, but that's probably what she does, you know, in her training, in her preparation. And 0-0, one each. Abrahams charging forward, a couple of Indian dribbles. It's fair game, says the umpire. Abraham's not happy about something, but it looked good from our perspective. It was all ball from the goalkeeper.
I tell you what, the Mpumalanga keeper has done her job today. She has kept her team's dreams alive. The Cinderella story continues.
Ashley Parsons, skipper, gets onto a strong stick. Yeah, and that's going to be a penalty stroke, unfortunately. Just playing the stick of the attacker there.
Cheeky smile from her. She knew exactly what she was doing, and she has put her team in a wonderful position to go one up right now.
Yeah, well, the two captains just interchanging. Henning will be entrusted with the duties of taking the stroke, and Amy McCarthy just offsetting to her left a little bit. She wants it on her stick side, and she gets it on her stick side, but doesn't get anything onto it.
Clinical finish there by Mpumalanga. It's almost as if they knew, this is what we're going to do. We're going to get the outcome. We're going to get the goal. And now Vitsies are feeling the pressure.
Ferreira, she has to score. No other options. And she pushes that one wide, and the Southern Gauteng Vitsies will have to fight for a spot in the A section tomorrow in the final day's play. What a fantastic game from both of these sides.
I tell you what, man, you love to see that. The Mpumalanga ladies running to their keeper, rushing the field. They knew what this win meant for them, and it's just a Cinderella story. It's beautiful to see at the end of the day. I'm so excited to see them in tomorrow's game after the performance that they put on today.
Yeah, well, it's been an absolute pleasure, ladies and gentlemen. Mpumalanga will remain in the A section. The Southern Gauteng Vitsies will have to take on Northwest tomorrow. It's been an absolute pleasure. Till the next one.